Chapter 3246. Shu Rui and the other two took turns to steer the spirit boat out of the forest, heading in the same direction. Day and night alternated, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Speaking of which, Shu Rui and the other two had passed through more than 10 prefectures on their way here. When the three of them arrived at the Ascension altar, they were all injured. But on their way back, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps. According to Chen Qianhe, there were a total of 108 prefectures in the southeast of the Great Thousand World, all of which were originally occupied by the plant race. After the upheaval 6 billion years ago, the primal chaos sacred ground was destroyed, and the southeast was in a mess. Experts from other races gradually rose, and the plant race declined day by day. Today, the 108 prefectures were considered first-rate forces in the Great Thousand World, and most of them were ruled by powerful beings from other races. As for the human race, their status was extremely low among the thousands of races in the Great Thousand World. The human race was born weak, and their bloodline was ordinary. They were at the bottom of the thousands of races, and they were even inferior to the plant race. This situation was similar in the Lesser Thousand World and Middle Thousand World. However, the human race would often give birth to some peerless experts that could suppress the thousands of races. Chen Qianhe also mentioned that there were 33 heavens in the northwest of the Great Thousand World, and they were ruled by a powerful race called the Heavenly Human Race. Legend had it that the Heavenly Human Race was extremely powerful. When they were born, they were close to the Great Tao, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. This was what Chen Qianhe heard from her ancestors, and she didn't know the details. The three of them had never left the southeast of the Great Thousand World, and they had never seen the real Heavenly Human Race. On this day, the four of them finally entered the territory of the Canopy State. Su Zimo sat on the spirit boat, and when he looked down, he couldn't help but laugh. As far as the eye could see, there was a large cluster of colorful mushrooms that covered the mountains and plains. There were large mushrooms that soared into the sky like a huge canopy, covering the sky. There were colorful butterflies flying, giant pythons coiling, and many poisonous spiders weaving webs in the corners. There were many living beings living on it, and it was like a small world. Su Zimo and the others passed by below. Compared to it, they were as small as ants. Some of the mushrooms were only the size of a finger, and their shapes were mostly the same. Looking down from above and surveying the surroundings, they really did seem like numerous canopies that stood on this boundless land. Of course, there were other types of vegetation in the Kanagai state, but the mushrooms were the majority. Chen Qianhe said, "These mushroom groups in the Kanagai state are not very aggressive. Generally, they will not take the initiative to attack other races. However, you have to be careful. Some mushrooms are highly toxic and should not be touched. According to our ancestors, when the sacred land of chaos was still around and the floral clan was at its peak, a Tao master expert came to the Canopy Gari state and ate a poisonous mushroom by mistake." Su Zimo nodded secretly. It was a poisonous mushroom, but it could poison an expert like Tao master. It was indeed powerful. Fellow Daoist Su, after reaching the Primal Chaos Palace, you must remember not to walk around casually and stay too far away. Chen Qianhe warned again, there are many types of poisonous mushrooms in Canopy Gari state. Some of them can be recognized at a glance, but some are good at disguising themselves. They look harmless but are actually extremely poisonous. If you accidentally touch it, your life will be in danger. Su Zimo nodded and replied casually. When Shu Rui saw that Su Zimo did not seem to think much of it, he could not help but frown and remind him, "Fellow Daoist Su, even if we stay here for a long time, we can't recognize all the types of poisonous mushrooms, let alone you who just ascended to the greater world." Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Although he could not recognize the types of poisonous mushrooms, he was Qinglian and had the bloodline of the Qinglian. There were no poisonous mushrooms that could poison him. Furthermore, he could tell whether a mushroom was poisonous with a single glance. After entering the Kanagai state, the spirit vessel was handed over to Shu Rui. With a grim expression, he shuttled through the many mushrooms carefully, trying his best to avoid the colorful ones as he advanced slowly. They only arrived at the Primal Chaos Palace a few days later. The so-called Primal Chaos Palace did not have an actual palace. It was just hundreds of simple straw huts scattered in the mountains, looking extremely shabby. Senior brother Shu and the others are back. When they saw Shu Rui and the other two, a few people shouted from the crowd below. Some cultivators stood up and went up to welcome them. Su Zimo's gaze swept across the crowd. There were only about 3,000 people below, and almost all of them had gained sentience from plants and had taken human form. Their cultivation levels were different. Some of them were at the mystic Immortal or Earth Immortal realm, while some had reached the Grotto Heavenly King realm or even the World realm. Apart from Shu Rui and the other two, there was only one other person who had reached the Tao manifestation realm. He was an honest-looking middle-aged man whose true form was an ancient locust tree. He was at the second transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Senior brother Pan, there are fewer people? Meng Shi asked with a frown as soon as Shu Rui and the others landed. The honest-looking senior brother Pan rubbed his palms and said, "We did not occupy the origin mine, so we lack cultivation resources. Some people could not hold on and left to find another way." Senior brother Pan looked at Su Zimo, who was slowly walking down from the spirit vessel, and asked. "He is an ascender that we received. His name is Su Zimo." Chen Qianhe said, "Fellow Daoist Su, this is senior brother Pan Mu." Su Zimo cupped his fists towards Pan Mu and greeted him. Pan Mu grinned, then looked at Meng Shi with a puzzled expression. He did not understand why the three of them had received such an old man who was at the end of his life. Meng Shi snorted in annoyance. They had gone through so much danger and made this trip, but not only did they not gain anything, they even brought back a burden. Pan Mu seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Recently, we have been targeted by the Black Rat sect. Those scoundrels might come at any moment. Our Chaos Palace did not occupy any origin mines. Why are they looking for trouble?" Meng Shi felt indignant. "Why don't we leave? Let's not get into any conflict with the Black Rat sect." Chen Qianhe looked around, her eyes dimming. She said softly, "These people from the Chaos Palace probably won't be able to withstand any more fighting. But if we keep running like this, when will it end?" Pan Mu sighed. Shu Rui gripped his fists and a resolute look flashed through his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Black Rat sect is merely a third-grade faction with more supremacies. If they dare to come at us, I'll deal with them. In the Greater Thousand World, factions with Tao Venerables could be considered as first-grade factions. Only those with Heavenly Venerables could be considered as second-grade factions. For example, the Chaos Palace where the strongest cultivators were supremacies was a third-grade faction. Senior brother Shu, but your injuries." Chen Qianhe frowned slightly. "It's fine." Shu Rui took a deep breath of air and looked at everyone around him, declaring loudly, "As long as we endure through this period of time, we'll have a chance to see the light. Once I take another step forward and enter the Tao Enlightenment realm, our Chaos Palace will have the strength to stand firm here and our situation will definitely get better." There were only a few responses. In fact, many followers no longer harbored much hope for the Chaos Palace. Without sufficient cultivation resources, it would not be easy for them to enter the Tao Enlightenment realm. The so-called sacred ground might truly be nothing more than a legend. End of chapter. Chapter 3247. Everyone dispersed, but each of them had their own thoughts. No one knew just where the future path of the primal Chaos Palace lay. Even Shu Rui himself was worried about it. Perhaps, the legacy of the Chaos Sacred Grounds would vanish in their generation. Meng Shi remained silent. Pan Mu looked at Shu Rui and the other two with a hint of guilt in his eyes. He wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Qianhe forced a smile and said, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. There's always a way out. As long as we work together, we'll be able to get through this." After a moment, Chen Qianhe thought of Su Zimo beside him and walked closer, whispering, "Fellow Daoist Su, I'm sure you can see that the future of the Chaos Palace is uncertain. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. However, it's dangerous outside. Fellow Daoist, you have to be extremely careful since you're alone. He won't live for long anyway." Meng Shi pursed his lips and thought to himself. However, when he thought of the danger that the Chaos Palace was about to face, he was no longer in the mood to mock Su Zimo. "Let's do it here." Su Zimo smiled and said, "I'll find a secluded place to cultivate. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to worry. Come with me." Chen Qianhe nodded and brought Su Zimo to a cave in the back mountain. "Although it's simple here, it can block your vision. Fellow Daoist, if you hear a battle erupting in front of the mountain, you can escape on your own." Then, Chen Qianhe hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made a decision. She took out 5 origin stones from her storage bag and stuffed them into Su Zimo's arms. "These are all for you. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them in the future." With that, Chen Qianhe turned and left. "Are you guys going to fight to the death with Black Rat Sect?" Su Zimo's voice sounded behind her. Chen Qianhe's back was facing Su Zimo as she sighed deeply. "All these years, we've been running for our lives like treading on thin ice. I've had enough of it." All these years, the few of them had been bitterly holding on and were already exhausted. "Fellow Daoist, you don't have to feel guilty. You've just ascended and are not considered a member of the Chaos Palace. No one will blame you if you leave now." Chen Qianhe did not stop and soon disappeared around the corner of the mountain. Su Zimo looked around. This place was separated from the primal Chaos Palace by a mountain. It was indeed a quiet place. He entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. After ascending, it was only now that he had the time to cultivate. Over the past month, although Su Zimo did not cultivate, he secretly sensed the many changes in his Dao techniques after coming to the Great Wide World. The so-called Dao manifestation realm was to condense a Dao seal in one's own world. With the help of this seal, his flesh, blood, and primordial spirit would undergo a metamorphosis, and he would be reborn. At the Dao manifestation realm, he had truly come into contact with the power of the Dao. The higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the gap between each small realm. If he wanted to fight someone of a higher level, it would be even more difficult. Back in the dimensional realm, Su Zimo, who had just entered the Arch realm, had an essence soul that was comparable to a great emperor's. In other words, he was a supremacy at the first transformation of the Dao manifestation realm. Later on, when he became a great emperor in the Middle Thousand Realms, due to the limitations of the heavenly Dao, the power of his primordial spirit was unable to break through this upper limit. After coming to the Great Wide World, his essence soul realm was gradually released. Now, he was considered to be at the first transformation of the Dao manifestation realm. However, his essence soul realm had already reached the third transformation of the Dao manifestation realm. In the Great Wide World, it was unimaginable for an essence soul realm to surpass someone of the same level by 2 small realms. One had to know that Su Zimo had only reached that level after fusing with the red karmic fire lotus. Su Zimo propped up a world and manifested a Dao seal. His body trembled as massive life force surged into his body. His lifespan increased instantly. His white hair turned black. His originally aged face turned young once more. His face was rosy and he had delicate features. His white beard fell off as well. The lifespan of an ordinary supremacy was 100 million years. However, after Su Zimo came to the Great Wide World and manifested a Dao seal, his lifespan increased to 500 million years. Of course, that was not the only change in his body. After presiding over the netherworld for 60,000 years, he had accumulated an endless amount of power in his body. At that moment, without the suppression of the heaven and earth laws and Su Zimo, all of it was release. Fusing with the grade 12 red karmic fire lotus also transformed Qinglian's true body at the same time. A massive amount of power exploded within Su Zimo's body like a volcano erupting. Su Zimo was bathed in the karmic fire. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ball of fire and his cultivation soared at an unimaginable speed. Before long, he broke through to the second transformation of the Dao manifestation realm. Flesh transformation. A series of crackling sounds came from Su Zimo's body. His bloodline surged and there was the faint sound of a tsunami. Qinglian's true body was reborn once more. His essence soul realm increased as well and reached the Dao comprehension realm, the level of a heavenly venerable. His aura was rising continuously as well. In just a single night, Su Zimo had already cultivated to the peak of the flesh transformation realm. The first light of dawn shone on Su Zimo's delicate face. His body trembled slightly once more. A sound came from within his body. He continued to break through. The third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm essence spirit transformation. After cultivating to this stage, Su Zimo's essence spirit transformed once more. His cultivation realm also soared as he advanced another level to the level of a great heavenly venerate. Over the past few days, according to Chen Qianhe, there were 3 minor realms in the Tao comprehension realm: small success, large success, and perfection. The 3 minor realms corresponded to different titles: Heavenly Venerate, Great Heavenly Venerate, and Supreme Heavenly Venerate. The meaning of supremacy was the most extreme. Although Su Zimo had stayed in the middle world for 60,000 years, his cultivation did not fall because of it. After ascending to the great wide world, without the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws, he broke through 2 minor realms in less than a day. His cultivation continued to rise. As time passed, he gradually cultivated to the peak of the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm before stopping. In order to enter the Tao comprehension realm and become a heavenly venerate, one did not need resources like origin stones. More importantly, one needed to comprehend the great Tao and touch the essence of the Tao. Some people might not be able to break through this bottleneck their entire lives and be unable to see the essence of the Tao. Some people might be able to comprehend the Tao and become a heavenly venerate through a series of coincidences. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. They came so quickly. He sensed an army of tens of thousands of cultivators heading over to surround them. Most of them were from the black rat race. Although they had transformed into human form, they looked shifty and were the easiest to recognize. Although Su Zimo was only at the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm, his essence spirit had reached the large success of the Tao comprehension realm and was comparable to a great heavenly venerate. Therefore, he could see the newcomers clearly with a sweep of his divine perception. At that moment, no one in the Chaos Palace had noticed anything. Xu Rui, Meng Shuo, and Chen Qianhe were recuperating in seclusion. Pan Mu, who looked simple and honest, was pacing back and forth at the door. He was uneasy and his behavior was a little strange. From time to time, he would look into the distance as if he was anxious. Chapter 3248. In the Primal Chaos Palace. Xu Rui, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes. His face changed as he stood up and barked, "Junior Sister Chen, Junior Brother Meng, and Junior Brother Pan, someone's here." Chen Qianhe and Meng Shuo were startled as they walked out of the straw hut. Pan Mu was already waiting outside the straw hut. When he saw Xu Rui and the other two, he immediately went up and whispered, "It should be the Black Rat Gate. How many people are here?" Meng Shuo immediately asked. Xu Rui sensed and replied with a grave expression, "I'm afraid that there are tens of thousands of them." Hearing this number, Chen Qianhe and Meng Shuo's hearts sank. With such a huge commotion, it was clear that they didn't come with good intentions. The Primal Chaos Palace wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. "Fellow disciples, there's an enemy attack. Be alert." Xu Rui roared. The 3,000 people in the Primal Chaos Palace were jolted awake. They immediately went out and gathered around Xu Rui's group of 4 as they looked into the distance. At this moment, everyone could feel the tremors coming from the ground. Everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. Senior Brother Xu, looking at the current situation, "In my opinion," Pan Mu knitted his brows with hesitation. "What's wrong?" Xu Rui casually asked as he focused his attention on the silhouettes that were emerging from the mountain not too far away. "Why don't we surrender?" Pan Mu sighed. Pan Mu didn't lower his voice, so everyone could hear it clearly. The noisy crowd instantly quietened down. Xu Rui, Meng Shuo, and Chen Qianhe turned their heads and looked at Pan Mu in disbelief. "Surrender?" Xu Rui suppressed the rage in his heart and asked once more with his fists clenched. "What did you say?" Meng Shuo's temper was even more explosive as he roared. Pan Mu took 2 steps back and shook his head. "Senior Brother Xu, you should know that even if we persist, what can we do? We won't be able to escape the fate of defeat. How many people from the Primal Chaos Palace can survive? Since that's the case, why are you so stubborn? Surrender to the Black Rat Gate and become slaves." Tui. Meng Shi cursed. Shu Rui was so furious that he laughed. Even if we surrender, do you think the people from the Primal Chaos Palace can survive? Don't tell me you don't know the fate of our Plantwood clan under the command of those powers. For the rest of our lives, we will be enslaved and driven. Without any dignity, we will be reduced to tools or even food. Our lives are like grass in their eyes. Even if we obey them, we won't be able to escape death. Ha 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 ha. A sharp laughter rang out. If you don't surrender, you'll die today. Before his laughter faded, 7 figures had already descended above the Chaos Palace. All of them were supremacies. 2 of them were third transformation Tao manifestation supremacies, 3 were second transformation supremacies, and 2 were first transformation supremacies. Behind the 7 venerables, there were still tens of thousands of soldiers rushing over, raising billowing clouds of dust. Sweeping his gaze around, Shu Rui looked at Pan Mu and said, "Junior brother Pan, there are only 7 sovereigns on the other side. With the 4 of us working together, we might be able to put up a fight." Pan Mu shook his head continuously and gradually retreated, saying, "We can't win. A wise man submits to circumstances." The sect master of the Black Rat sect smiled and said, "This fellow Daoist Pan has already pledged his allegiance to us. He is now a member of our Black Rat sect." "You." Meng Shi glared at him. When Chen Qianhe heard that, she had a conflicted expression in disbelief. Pan Mu avoided the gazes of Shu Rui and the other 2 and said softly, "I've been waiting here for you guys to return. I want to fight for this opportunity for you and everyone else as well." Shu Rui, our sect master, has already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd transformation of Tao manifestation and is invincible in the Huagai continent. He's known as a supreme supremacy. Even if you're in your peak condition, you won't be a match for our sect master even if there are 10 of you. Fu. Meng Shi sneered, "There are 108 states in the Southeastern Territory. How dare you call yourself a supreme supremacy just because you're invincible in the Huagai continent? How shameless." Meng Shi's taunt was merciless and he had already disregarded his own life. What a sharp tongue. "If you land in the hands of my husband, you'll definitely suffer a fate worse than death." A woman with heavy makeup stood beside the sect master of Black Rat sect and hollered. Even from afar, one could smell the scent of makeup on her. "All right." The sect master of Black Rat sect had a cold gaze. "Today, I'll let you witness the capabilities of a supreme supremacy." Before he finished his sentence, the sect master of Black Rat sect had already arrived before Meng Shi. Extending his palm, his sharp fingernails flickered with a dark light as he clawed towards Meng Shi's head. The sect master of Black Rat sect was extremely fast and Meng Shi could not react in time with the difference of 2 minor realms. "Watch out." Shu Rui's voice sounded beside his ears. Suddenly, Meng Shi felt himself being sent flying by a tremendous force. From the corner of his eye, he saw Shu Rui standing where he was and punching in reverse to receive the claw of the sect master of Black Rat sect. Sheeing. A flash of blood appeared. Shu Rui staggered back a few steps and the back of his hand was bleeding from the sect master of Black Rat sect's claw. Poof. Shu Rui's expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shu Rui was injured in a single move. His injuries were not healed to begin with and now, they were even worse. Can't even withstand a single blow. The sect master of Black Rat sect sneered and waved his hand casually with disdain in his eyes. "Senior brother Shu." Chen Qianhe and Meng Shi immediately came to Shu Rui's side and shielded him. "I'm fine." Shu Rui forced a smile. Shu Ruiqiang laughed, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. "Do you think that it's that easy to receive my claw?" The sect master of Black Rat sect asked with a smile. When Chen Qianhe saw the green wound on the back of Shu Rui's hand, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's poisonous." Shu Rui also realized this and despair filled his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and only looked coldly at the sect master of Black Rat sect. He knew that the difference between the 2 of them was too great. Even if he was in his peak condition, it would be difficult for him to fight against the sect master of Black Rat sect. Shu Rui looked around. His gaze fell on the people of the Primal Chaos Palace and he saw their faces filled with confusion, fear, and fear. When he thought about the fate of Chen Qianhe, Meng Shu, and the remaining 3,000 people of the Primal Chaos Palace after his death, he couldn't help but feel sorrow. The Primal Chaos sacred ground had fallen to such a state. From today onwards, the Primal Chaos sacred ground would forever be history, an illusory legend. Are you guys still not going to surrender? The sect master of Black Rat sect was overbearing. Just kill me, Chen Qianhe said sorrowfully. Karma is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. If the heavens have eyes and allow the plant race to rise again, you foreign races whose hands are stained with blood will definitely be punished. Here. The sect master of Black Rat sect laughed shrilly. A few people who are about to die are still thinking about the prosperity of the plant race. The southeastern territory is no longer ruled by the plant race. Meng Shu gritted his teeth. No matter what, it's not your turn to rule the southeastern territory. The sect master of Black Rat sect sneered and said proudly, let's not talk about anything big. At the very least, I'm the ruler of this place right now. I have the final say. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side. It was neither loud nor soft and the tone was calm. End of chapter. Chapter 3249. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a man standing not far away. He had black hair and green robes. His features were refined and he exuded a scholarly aura. The sect master of Black Rat sect scanned with his spirit consciousness. Third transformation of Tao manifestation. Since when was there such a person in Chaos Palace? The sect master of Black Rat sect looked at Pan Mu beside him. At this moment, Pan Mu's face was blank as well. He did not know when this person arrived and merely felt that he looked familiar, but he could not recall who he was. Chen Qianhe turned back instinctively and was stunned when she saw who it was. This person, Chen Qianhe only felt that this person was familiar. Although he had no beard and black hair, his green robes and clear eyes, how was that possible? That person clearly did not have much lifespan left and was only at the first transformation of Tao manifestation half a day ago. You have a problem with that. The sect master of Black Rat sect raised his brow and his eyes shone with a ferocious glint, as though he could kill anyone at any moment. Countless supremacies at the third transformation of Tao manipulation realm had died in his hands. He did not take this green-robed man seriously at all. Not really. As Su Zimo said, he walked to Shu Rui and the other two and looked at the wound on the back of Shu Rui's hand. Shu Rui's injuries were not serious. However, the poison was extremely powerful and had already spread from his palm to his shoulder. Shu Rui's bloodline could not suppress it at all. If it continued spreading and entered his heart and consciousness, he would die. At that moment, Shu Rui's consciousness was already blurry. Su Zimo did not even look at the sect master of Black Rat sect as he said indifferently, I'm just telling you something. At this moment, I'm in charge here. Those words came from the sect master of Black Rat sect. However, it was a different person now. Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo suddenly struck and a green beam of light burst forth from his fingertip, pointing at Shu Rui's body and arm. What are you doing? Meng Shu was shocked. Before he could react, Su Zimo had already finished his technique. Hearing those words, Shu Rui's body trembled. Meng Shu, who was originally supporting Shu Rui, could clearly sense that Shu Rui's vitality had increased, and the deathly aura on his face had also gradually dissipated. Even the poison that had spread to Shu Rui's arm was swiftly retreating. The dark green venom slowly dripped from the wound on the back of his hand, as if it was being squeezed out by a powerful force. Although the poison on the Black Rat sect's fingernails was powerful, it was far inferior to the lotus finger released by Su Zimo using the Qinglian True Body. Not only that, but the vitality that flowed into Shu Rui's body also healed his internal injuries. Shu Rui's condition was getting better and better, to the point that he could even stand on his own without Meng Shu's support. This change happened so fast that it only happened after Su Zimo said a few words. Let alone Chen Qianhe and Meng Shu, even the Black Rat sect master frowned as a trace of fear rose in his heart. He temporarily suppressed his urge to make a move. This person had an extraordinary bearing, and he looked so calm and unfathomable. Could it be that he had a powerful background? There were many forces in the Canopy continent, and their roots were intertwined. Who knew if this person had a backer? If they offended a second-rate force because of this, it wouldn't be worth it. Your fellow Daoist Su? Chen Qianhe had been staring at Su Zimo the entire time. After holding it in for a long time, she finally probed. Su Zimo nodded his head with a smile. Is it really you? Even after receiving Su Zimo's confirmation, Chen Qianhe still didn't dare to believe it. After all, he was an old man past his prime half a day ago. But now, he had turned into a scholar with 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This had completely shattered her understanding. Meng Shi also widened his eyes as he looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. His face was filled with shock, and he was speechless for a moment. I remember now. Right at this moment, Pan Mu suddenly spoke up. This person is the ascender that Shu Rui brought back. When he first came back, he didn't have much lifespan left. But now, he has recovered. Ascender. When he heard those words, the sect master of Black Rat sect heaved a sigh of relief. I was being overly cautious. The leader of the Black Rat sect shook his head. Even if he was an ascender, it was only natural that he didn't have any backing. Ascender. Fufu, the sect master of Black Rat sect chuckled and said, You've just ascended and don't know the dangers of the world. It's understandable that you want to meddle in other people's business. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me immediately. If you dare say no, I'll kill you. Chen Qianhe sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness hurriedly. Fellow Daoist Su, hurry and escape. Don't bother about us. It's fine. I was just about to find someone to test my strength against. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and stood in front of Shu Rui and the other 2. Why you have to be careful? His known as a supreme supremacy, Meng Shi, who was initially sarcastic, reminded Su Zimo subconsciously as he was worried for him. Ha ha. Su Zimo roared in laughter. Is he worthy of being called a supreme supremacy before me? Everyone present did not know about Su Zimo's background and could not help but think that he was arrogant when they heard that. Swash. A figure flashed before him. The sect master of Black Rat sect had already attacked. His movement technique was still extremely fast and his attack was extremely sudden this time round without any warning. While Su Zimo was speaking, the sect master of Black Rat sect had already arrived before him. Su Zimo's body swayed slightly and his footsteps shifted slightly, dodging the attack of the sect master of Black Rat sect by a hair's breadth. Both sides crossed. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals, releasing a forbidden skill towards the sect master of Black Rat sect. Time seal. The sect master of Black Rat sect froze for a moment. Chen Qianhe, Meng Shi, and the others were dumbfounded as well. The time seal had no effect on the sect master of Black Rat sect and could not even reduce his lifespan at all. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the surroundings burst into laughter. The woman in makeup laughed hysterically and pointed at Su Zimo. You're truly an ascender. You're so dumb that it's adorable. To think that you would release a forbidden skill against a supremacy. Su Zimo was expressionless as he released 2 more forbidden skills in succession. The 2 forbidden skills did not affect the sect master of Black Rat sect much when they landed on him. Meng Shi coughed gently and felt awkward. Chen Qianhe could not bear to watch any longer and reminded, fellow Daoist Su, forbidden skills are only at the level of Dao manifestation. The damage they deal to supremacies at the 3rd transformation of Dao manifestation is negligible. Su Zimo nodded and was enlightened. In the middle world, he faced great emperor experts like the Lord of Hell. Due to the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws, their cultivation realms were at most at the 1st transformation of Dao manifestation. That was the reason why he could barely fight against them after releasing 9 forbidden skills. However, after going through the 2nd and 3rd transformation of Dao manifestation and the transformation of one's essence spirit, it was difficult for the power of forbidden skills to hurt experts like the sect master of Black Rat sect. In terms of Dao, the power of forbidden skills was half a level lower. Unless those forbidden skills were comprehended to the level of Dao as well. However, that was not realistic. Any one of the 3,000 great Daos was enough for a cultivator to comprehend for a lifetime. How would they have the energy and time to comprehend other great Taos? Chapter 3250. Some mocked and some were anxious as they watched the battle between Su Zimo and Black Rat Sect's sect master. However, Su Zimo remained calm and composed the entire time. He was not joking with Chen Qianhe earlier on. He really wanted to find someone to test his strength against. Although he had once fought against the lords of the heavenly courts in the Middle Realm, he could not fully unleash the combat strength of a supremacy due to the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws. Su Zimo had just ascended and was not familiar with the combat methods of supremacies. That was why he just now was testing the waters. Black Rat Sect's sect master attacked again but was dodged by Su Zimo again. Su Zimo dodged Black Rat Sect's sect master's attack while comprehending the changes brought about by the Tao manifestation realm. The power of forbidden arts did not have much of an effect on Tao manifestation supremacies. That also meant that many of his previous methods, such as the mystic techniques of ancient and modern that increased his combat strength, would be useless. Su Zimo released ancient and modern right away. Although the river of time appeared behind him, it could not reduce his lifespan. His combat strength did not increase at all. Just as expected. The power of forbidden arts could not affect the Tao realm. In that case, the battle between supremacies was not too flashy, nor were there many earth-shaking divine powers and forbidden arts displayed. Most of the time, it was a competition of physical body, bloodline, essence spirit, Dharma treasures, and the world of fused Tao seals. On second thought, Su Zimo was relieved. At that level of cultivation, Tao techniques had long been integrated into one's world. Their combat methods were close to simple and were compatible with the principle of the great Tao being simple. Su Zimo dodged while comprehending the changes of the Tao manifestation realm. To others, Su Zimo was naturally at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Black Rat Sect's sect master without any means to retaliate. Meng Shi frowned and said, "Fellow Daoist, Su's movement technique is indeed not bad. However, he's a human after all and his body and bloodline are ordinary. He wouldn't dare to fight against Black Rat Sect's sect master. If only he had a supremacy numinous treasure." Chen Qianhe muttered softly. However, she knew very well that Su Zimo had just ascended and did not have the time to refine the supremacy spirit treasure. Although she had a venerable one spiritual treasure, it was her natal spiritual treasure. Even if she lent it to Su Zimo, it would not be of much use. At this moment, the poison in Shu Rui's body had been purged, and his injuries were mostly healed. When he saw the two figures chasing each other on the battlefield, he couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. "Senior brother Shu, what's wrong?" Worried about Su Zimo's safety, Chen Qianhe asked hurriedly. Shu Rui's cultivation was higher, so he could see more clearly than others. "Fellow Daoist, Su seems to be holding back. Let's see how long you can hide." The Black Rat Sect's sect master bellowed as his attacks failed. His bloodline surged as he summoned a world to suppress Su Zimo. The space for Su Zimo to dodge was suddenly squeezed to the point that there was not much space left. Most of Su Zimo's attention was focused on comprehending the changes in battle at the Tao manifestation realm. His head was lowered the entire time as he dodged the attacks of the Black Rat Sect's sect master instinctively. At that moment, Su Zimo was enlightened when he sensed the pressure in the surrounding space. He raised his head and looked at the Black Rat Sect's sect master. When their gazes met, the Black Rat Sect's sect master's heart skipped a beat. No one knew better than him the pressure he felt in this battle. Right from the beginning, the green-robed man opposite him had not even looked at him once. However, he couldn't even touch the corner of the other party's robes. It was only when the green-robed man raised his head and looked at him that the Black Rat Sect's sect master felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. The next moment, Su Zimo attacked. He did not use any divine powers or secret skills or release any forbidden skills. He merely took a step forward and thrust two fingers like a sword towards the glabella of the Black Rat Sect's sect master. This time, it was extremely simple. When the Black Rat Sect's sect master saw that, his expression turned grim. Suddenly, he withdrew a saber from his storage bag and slashed it towards Su Zimo's palm. "Watch out!" Chen Qianhe could not help but exclaim. This person isn't holding up a world. He's overestimating himself. Even Shu Rui's heart sank. Both parties were extremely far apart and it was probably too late for him to hold up a world. Against the counterattack of the Black Rat Sect Master, Su Zimo did not dodge at all. In fact, he did not even change his posture and continued to thrust forward with his fingers close. You must have a death wish. The Black Rat Sect Master harumphed coldly and his eyes finally shone with excitement. A world was condensed behind him and the supremacy spirit treasure in his hands was augmented by a Dao seal as he slashed down with all his might in the direction of Su Zimo. The saber tore through the air with a tragic stench of blood. Just as it was about to slash Su Zimo's head, it suddenly paused. The saber was not the only one. Even the Black Rat Sect Master and the surrounding cultivators were stunned on the spot and looked at everything in disbelief. Instantly, it was as though time had stopped. The saber was clamped between two of Su Zimo's fingers and could not move at all. Piak! All of a sudden, a crisp sound echoed from the battlefield. Right in front of everyone, the saber was snapped into two. It was where Su Zimo's fingers were at. This, a supremacy spirit treasure, was snapped by two fingers of the green-robed man's body. Su Zimo's sword fingers continued forward and pierced towards the glabella of the Black Rat Sect Master. The Black Rat Sect Master was shocked and hurriedly channeled a world to block in front of him without hesitation. Sheeing. The sound of cloth being torn could be heard. The world of the Black Rat Sect Master was sliced into two by Su Zimo's sword fingers. No matter how strong his world was, it could not defend against Su Zimo's body. After fusing with the red karmic fire lotus, Qinglian's true body alone was enough to crush experts of the same cultivation realm without using her bloodline. Save me! The Black Rat Sect Master yelled with a pale expression. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's sword fingers had already arrived before him and the sharpness of the sword fingers had even pierced his glabella. No matter how the Black Rat Sect Master dodged, the sword fingers were right before his eyes the entire time. Stop! How dare you! A series of roars sounded from the surroundings. The woman in makeup and the other 5 supremacies of Black Rat Sect braced themselves and summoned their supremacy spirit treasures, prepared to join forces to stop Su Zimo. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Before the supremacies of Black Rat Sect could finish their cries, a bloody hole appeared on the glabella of the Black Rat Sect Master. He was pierced. There was a thud. The essence spirit of the Black Rat Sect Master was destroyed and his corpse fell to the ground heavily. He was no longer alive. He was dead. The Black Rat Sect Master, who claimed to be a supreme supremacy, was stabbed to death by 2 fingers. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Up till this point of their cultivation, the supremacies had been through countless battles against experts of the same cultivation realm. However, none of them had witnessed such a method of combat. Su Zimo flicked his finger gently and flicked away the blood droplets on his fingertip, saying indifferently, "You call yourself supreme at such a standard? Isn't that a little too weak?" The remaining 6 supremacies of Black Rat Sect had just whipped out their weapons and braced themselves when they heard that. Their faces turned pale and they were so scared that they did not dare to move at all. Today is the 4th chapter. Recently, I've been reorganizing the outline of Da Qian, revising and deleting some settings and plots. I've kept everyone waiting. End of chapter. Chapter 3251. Good lad. Meng Shi was secretly speechless as he looked at Shu Rui and Chen Qianhe, thinking to himself, what sort of a person did we bring back? A supremacy at the 3rd transformation of the Dao manifestation realm could not even last a single move against this man. Meng Shi recalled how he mocked Su Zimo earlier on and could not help but feel a lingering fear. If this man wanted to cause trouble for him, he would definitely die even if he had 10 lives. Shu Rui and Chen Qianhe exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. The woman in makeup had a terrible expression as she weighed the pros and cons in her heart. Eventually, she decided to avoid the limelight and said coldly, "Black Rat Sect admits defeat today. We'll meet again in the future." Although Black Rat Sect still had 6 supremacies and an army of tens of thousands, their morale was plunged with the death of their sect master and their morale was in chaos. Furthermore, Even if the 6 of them joined forces with Pan Mu, they did not have any confidence against this green-robed man. With that said, the woman in makeup waved her hand and wanted to leave with everyone else. This time round, not only did Black Rat Sect fail to take over Chaos Palace despite mobilizing so many people, they even lost their sect master. It could be said that they had lost all their dignity and strength. Suzimo said, "Why wait? Let's settle all our grudges today." The group of people from Black Rat Sect came with the intention of annihilating everyone. If not for the fact that he was here by chance, Chaos Palace would have been completely destroyed. Therefore, Suzimo did not intend to let them off either. If he allowed a tiger to return to the mountains, it would be inevitable that there would be trouble in the future. The expressions of the supremacies of Black Rat Sect changed when they heard that. Although that person's tone was calm, everyone could hear the killing intent behind it. The woman in makeup channeled her bloodline and beast patterns appeared on her face as she narrowed her eyes. "Fellow Daoist, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to keep us here? There are 7 supremacies on our side. If we attack together, you might not be able to escape unscathed." When he said those words, in terms of aura, he was already 30% weaker. Shu Rui, Chen Qianhe and Meng Shi exchanged glances and stood out at the same time. Although they were unwilling to continue fighting against the Black Rat Sect, they would not back down since Suzimo had made his intentions clear. Shu Rui said solemnly, "There are still 3 of us in the Primal Chaos Palace. If we fight, it will be 7 against 4. Me." The woman in makeup coldly snorted, "Don't forget, I have an army of tens of thousands behind me. If all of them rush at me, how many of the 3,000 plus people from your Primal Chaos Palace will be able to survive?" Shu Rui's face sank. This was also the reason why he didn't want to confront the Black Rat Sect head-on. On the battlefield of the Venerable Ones, in a 7 versus 4 situation, they still had a powerhouse like Suzimo on their side. The Black Rat Sect would not be able to gain any advantage. However, if they were to be entangled with the enemy, the others from the Primal Chaos Palace would definitely not be able to withstand the assault of the Black Rat Sect's army of tens of thousands. At that time, the Primal Chaos Palace would definitely suffer countless casualties. All at once. Suzimo suddenly laughed. He moved and said, "Let's see who dares to move." When he said the word "I," Suzimo had already arrived in front of the woman in makeup and suddenly attacked. He was way too fast. The movement technique of the sect master of Black Rat Sect was fast and agile. However, Suzimo's movement technique was several times faster than that. The woman in makeup was a supremacy at the 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm after all. Her reaction was fast enough as she supported a world and retreated. However, her world was still pierced by Suzimo's sword finger. Making use of that opportunity, the woman in makeup spun and appeared behind another supremacy of Black Rat Sect. Poof! Right from the beginning, the supremacy could not react in time and had his head pierced by Suzimo's sword finger, becoming a scapegoat for the woman in makeup. The moment he said "look," Suzimo's sword finger changed direction and a sword beam shot out, slicing the other supremacy of Black Rat Sect into 2. Even Shu Rui and the other 2 who were standing beside Suzimo were stunned, let alone the supremacies of Black Rat Sect. A figure flashed before them and a green figure charged into the crowd. In a flash, 5 supremacies of Black Rat Sect fell. The entire process happened so fast that Suzimo only finished his last word after he said, "Let's see who dares to move." The 5 supremacies of Black Rat Sect were all dead on the spot. The mountain was in an uproar. 5 supremacies died with a single sentence and 5 word. A single word meant a life. The woman in makeup was right. The 7 supremacies were fighting against the supremacies of Chaos Palace and Black Rat Sect's army would take advantage of the situation to attack. However, Suzimo did not give them the chance. The battle that everyone imagined ended before it even started. Of the supremacies of Black Rat Sect, only the woman in makeup and Pan Mu who defected were left. When they saw that, the army of Black Rat Sect was stunned on the spot. Those scoundrels did not even dare to turn and escape, let alone attack Chaos Palace. They were afraid that their actions would attract Suzimo's attention. That's it. Meng Shi was in a daze for a moment when he saw that. The three of them did not even have the chance to attack. Why were supremacies as weak as 3-year-old children in front of this person? Shu Rui's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but recall that they encountered fewer dangers on their way back from the flying Immortal altar. At that time, the three of them thought that they were lucky. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because of this person. Pan Mu was already shivering in fear. The woman in makeup was pale as well. Looking at Su Zimo, who was walking over slowly, her breathing turned heavy as she shouted, "What are you trying to do? Why you can't kill me? I'm telling you, I'm a clansman of the 4th leader of Myriad Beast Ridge. If you dare to kill me, Myriad Beast Ridge will definitely tear you into pieces and raze Chaos Palace to the ground." Pan Mu seemed to have thought of that as well and suddenly raised his head to look at Shu Rui and the other two. "You guys have offended Myriad Beast Ridge. The person you guys found is already in big trouble." When they heard the woman in makeup mention Myriad Beast Ridge, the expressions of Shu Rui and the other two changed as fear flashed through their eyes. "Oh." Su Zimo smiled faintly. "You have a backer." The woman in makeup snorted. "You just ascended to the Great Thousand World, so you probably haven't heard of Myriad Beast Ridge. Why don't you ask Shu Rui?" Su Zimo did not know anything about Myriad Beast Ridge, so he turned to look at Shu Rui and the other two. Shu Rui said in a deep voice, "Myriad Beast Ridge is a 2nd-grade force in the Huagai continent. It's said that the 4 leaders are all heavenly venerates and have the wolf, tiger, and leopard races under them. The number of beasts is in the hundreds of thousands. 4 heavenly venerates," Su Zimo muttered. Heavenly venerates were only at the lesser Dao comprehension realm, so they were not a threat to him. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd transformation of the Dao manifestation realm, his physical body had fused with Qinglian and the red karmic fire lotus. He had the absolute strength to kill those above his level. Furthermore, his primordial spirit had already reached the greater Dao comprehension realm, making him a great heavenly venerate. It's said that the 4th leader of Myriad Beast Ridge is a leopard race heavenly venerate. The patterns on this woman's face are leopard patterns. If she's related to the 4th leader of Myriad Beast Ridge, I'm afraid we can't kill her. Chapter 3252. Chen Qianhe sent a voice transmission. "We're already at odds with Black Rat Sect. Even if we let her go, won't she make use of the strength of Myriad Beast Ridge to take revenge on Chaos Palace? That's a problem as well." Shu Rui nodded. Now, this leopard lady had suddenly mentioned the Myriad Beast Ridge, and it instantly caused this matter to become extremely troublesome. They could not kill that woman, but they did not dare to let her go either. Shu Rui said deeply, "Right now, there are only 2 solutions. The first is for her to swear a Dao oath not to take revenge on Chaos Palace. The second is for us to continue fleeing and leave this place." Chen Qianhe and Meng She were silent. Neither of these 2 methods were good. Even if the woman swore a Dao oath, they would not be able to avoid a calamity if news of this spread to Myriad Beast Ridge. If they continued fleeing, Chaos Palace would have to migrate once more and they would have to face countless dangers along the way. It had to be known that every time the primal Chaos Palace fled, the number of people would be greatly reduced. Chen Qianhe sighed gently. "Why don't we continue fleeing? If fellow Daoist Su is willing to stay, I believe that there's still hope for Chaos Palace to rise." The 3 of them looked at Su Zimo in unison. Although Su Zimo had only been in Chaos Palace for less than a day, the 3 of them were inclined to let Su Zimo make the final decision. After all, they and Chaos Palace were only able to survive because of Su Zimo. Su Zimo remained silent. He did not take the worries of Shu Rui and the other 2 to heart. He was thinking about something else. Instead of waiting passively for Myriad Beast Ridge to come knocking on his door, he might as well take drastic measures to solve the problem once and for all. Given the state that Chaos Palace was in, it was not a good idea for them to remain in this mountain. There were no origin ores in the surroundings either. Since Myriad Beast Ridge was a 2nd-grade faction, they must have occupied some origin ores and built on a large scale. They would not be in such dire straits like Chaos Palace. Furthermore, Su Zimo had cultivated to the 3rd transformation of the Dao manifestation realm and had yet to fight against a heavenly venerable expert. As such, He did not know what level his combat strength was at. There were 4 heavenly venerables in Myriad Beast Ridge and he could use them to test his strength. When the leopard lady saw that Shu Rui and the other 2 were communicating with the azure-robed man with their spiritual sense, but the latter didn't say a single word or reply, her thoughts started to run wild. She was indeed from the leopard clan that came from the Myriad Beast Ridge, but in reality, she did not have any blood relations with that leopard clan Empyrean. She did not know him at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married the leader of the Black Rat sect and lowered herself to a third-rate force. Just now, she had been quick-witted and brought out the leopard race Empyrean of the Myriad Beast Ridge to take a risk. As expected. If her guess wasn't wrong, Shu Rui and the other 2 should be telling this man how powerful the Myriad Beasts Ridge was. The green-robed man remained silent the entire time. It was likely that he was also fearful and apprehensive. We can't push him too hard, lest he decides to fight to the death. Suddenly, the leopard lady said coldly, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist. As long as you're willing to let me go, I can swear in front of everyone that I won't ask the 10,000 Beasts Ridge to take revenge on you. I've already expressed my sincerity. What happens next is up to you." In reality, the venerable leopard lady had left herself some leeway with this Dao oath. Even if she didn't ask the 10,000 Beasts Ridge for revenge in the future, she could ask other forces for help. No matter what, she had to make the Chaos Palace pay for today's grudge. Shu Rui and the other 2 exchanged glances and were tempted. If they could avoid escaping without becoming enemies with the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, it would naturally be for the best. Of course, it was up to Su Zimo to choose to believe in the leopard lady or continue escaping. Fellow Daoist Su, make a decision. We'll listen to you. Shu Rui said in a deep voice. There's another way. Su Zimo suddenly said. Oh. The eyes of Shu Rui and the other 2 lit up. Su Zimo's earlier methods had already convinced the 3 of them. His idea would definitely be better. Su Zimo said, I'll head to the 10,000 Beasts Ridge and communicate with the leopard race Empyrean to see if we can resolve this matter. The moment he said that, the entire place fell silent. Shu Rui and the other 2 were dumbfounded as they looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a lunatic. Is there something wrong with this person's head? The leopard lady looked at Su Zimo with a strange gaze as well. What was he trying to communicate with? He was a Dao manifestation supremacy who could not even meet the leopard race Empyrean, and he wanted to communicate with the 4th leader of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge? What rights did he have? He would probably be devoured alive by the demon beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge before he could even meet the leopard race Empyrean. Of course, those thoughts merely flashed through the leopard lady's mind. She was not stupid enough to provoke Su Zimo. Shu Rui coughed gently. Fellow Daoist Su, why you must be joking? I'm not joking. Su Zimo said in a serious tone. Chen Qianhe could not help but remind, fellow Daoist Su, you've just ascended and haven't seen a heavenly venerate before. You don't know how strong they are. The demons of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge are entrenched and their corpses are as thick as forests. You might not even be able to meet the leopard race Empyrean if you head there. Chen Qianhe's words were rather tactful. She was just short of saying that Su Zimo should not take things too hard and seek his own death. Mengshe was a little anxious as well. Those heavenly venerate experts are definitely not kind and treat our lives like grass. Why would they be kind enough to communicate with you? Fellow Daoist Su, don't be too naive. Chen Qianhe turned back and glared at him. Actually, Mengshe regretted his words the moment he said that. His words had always been harsh. Earlier on, he was afraid that Su Zimo would head to the 10,000 Beasts Ridge without knowing the dangers. In his anxiety, he did not pay attention to his words. Su Zimo was indifferent and replied casually, it would naturally be best if we could communicate. Su Zimo only finished half of his sentence. Shu Rui and the other 2 shuddered when they heard that. What was going on? If they could not communicate, what else did this person want? Are you really going to the 10,000 Beasts Ridge yourself? The leopard lady was secretly delighted, but she asked without batting an eyelid. The fact that the green-robed man was courting death was exactly what she wanted. It would save her the trouble of taking revenge in the future. Of course, I have to bring you along. Suzimo said, I don't know the way. Furthermore, this matter is related to you. All right. The leopard lady agreed immediately. Indeed, you have guts. Impressive. The leopard lady praised but sneered in her heart. Although she had nothing to do with the fourth leader of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, as long as this person dared to step foot in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, he would be torn apart by the beasts before he could even see the leopard race's heavenly venerate. After all, she had the bloodline of the leopard race and had a high chance of surviving in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. Naturally, the leopard lady's schemes could not be hidden from Suzimo. Suddenly, Suzimo raised his hand and slapped the leopard lady's head, causing her essence spirit to almost dissipate and her cultivation to be crippled by more than half. The leopard lady spat out blood and sat on the ground weakly. She looked at Suzimo with resentment and screamed, "What are you doing?" "I don't like being threatened," Suzimo replied indifferently. "I'm teaching you a lesson." Shu Rui and the other two wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The three of them sighed. Now that things had come to this, there was no way to negotiate with the 10,000 Beasts Ridge anymore. End of chapter. Chapter 3253. Shu Rui took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Su, I'll go with you." Us too. Chen Qianhe and Meng Shi came to Suzimo's side as well. Since the 10,000 Beast Ridge was a tiger's den with a slim chance of survival, they couldn't let Suzimo face it alone while they hid here and stayed out of it. "We'll go too." The remaining 3,000-odd people from Chaos Palace stood out as well. On one hand, they were grateful that Suzimo had just saved them. On the other hand, for some reason, they had an inexplicable trust in Suzimo. Naturally, those living beings did not know that it was because of Qinglian's bloodline. Pan Mu retreated carefully, wanting to escape. All of a sudden, a figure flashed and Shu Rui was already behind him, asking expressionlessly, "Pan Mu, you want to leave without giving us an explanation?" "What explanation?" Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Pan Mu threw caution to the wind and shouted, "A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I've guarded the Chaos Palace for so many years and I truly can't see any hope. I don't want to continue fleeing with you guys. I want to change my way of living." "What Chaos Sacred Ground? It's nothing but an illusory legend. Until now, only you guys still believe in it." Pan Mu was considered an elder of Chaos Palace and had many years of friendship with Shu Rui and the other two. Shu Rui was clearly still thinking about their old relationship and was struggling in his heart, unable to do it. Chen Qianhe sighed with a complicated expression. Meng Shi was furious as he gritted his teeth. "Everyone has their own aspirations. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. But why did you betray the Chaos Palace?" Shu Rui and the other two still had a final strand of hope for Pan Mu. "So what if I didn't betray you?" Pan Mu sneered, "Do I have to follow you guys to the 10,000 Beast Ridge to die? You guys are loyal and are willing to die, but I don't want to die. The three of you trust this outsider who just ascended so much. The Chaos Palace will be buried by you guys eventually." "That's fine." Suzimo suddenly smiled. "Bring him along to the 10,000 Beast Ridge so that he can die with a clear understanding." Very good, very good." Venerable Leopard Lady smiled bitterly and said, "If all of you from the Primal Chaos Palace send yourselves to me, none of you will be able to escape." In truth, the cultivators of the Primal Chaos Palace didn't have high cultivations. If they stayed here, there was a chance they would encounter other dangers. Suzimo would be able to take care of them if they went to the 10,000 Beasts Ridge together. Moreover, if they could occupy the Myriad Beasts Ridge, the cultivators from the Primal Chaos Palace would be able to stay there. "Let's go." Suzimo took the Black Rat Sect Master and the others' storage pouches, collected the world fragments, and briefly organized the battlefield. After that, he took out an Immortal boat and carried Shu Rui's trio, Venerable Leopard Lady, Pan Mu, and more than 3,000 people from the Primal Chaos Palace toward the Myriad Beasts Ridge. On the Immortal boat, Shu Rui and the other two went up to Suzimo and expressed their gratitude. "There's no need for that." Suzimo smiled and handed Chen Qianhe a storage pouch. "Thank you for your origin stones, fellow Chen." Chen Qianhe subconsciously took it and opened the storage bag to take a look. There were hundreds of origin stones inside. This is too precious. Chen Qianhe hurriedly declined. Apart from Su Zimo's 100-odd origin stones, there were also origin stones that he had just collected from the sect master of Black Rat sect and the others. Xu Rui and Meng She's eyes burned with envy. The few origin stones that Chen Qianhe had given Su Zimo were now 100 times more valuable. Su Zimo said, "I've reached the peak of the third transformation of the Tao manifestation stage, and I don't need origin stones anymore. I have no use for these." After the third transformation of the Tao manifestation stage, one had to comprehend the essence of the great Tao if they wanted to take another step forward. No matter how much Genesis Qi they absorbed, if they could not comprehend the essence of the great Tao, they would not be able to break through the bottleneck. Chen Qianhe no longer declined. She was a little nervous as she probed, "Can I share these origin stones with the others?" "Of course." Su Zimo nodded with a smile. "These are already your origin stones. You can do whatever you want with them." Chen Qianhe heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xu Rui and Meng She at the side. "Let's keep some of these origin stones and distribute them to the other Chaos Palace Imperial Lords." Although the origin stones were precious, Chen Qianhe did not intend to keep them for herself. Instead, she wanted to share them with her fellow sect members. Xu Rui, Meng She, and the others accepted the origin stones happily, and their worries for this trip lessened slightly. 3 days later, the group from Chaos Palace finally arrived at the Myriad Beast Ridge. Before they even set foot on the Myriad Beast Ridge, they could already smell a strong stench of blood that was suffocating. From afar, the Myriad Beast Ridge was filled with white bones that shone with light. No one knew how many corpses were buried there. There was a large patch of black and red between the mountains, and not a single blade of grass grew. Everyone from Chaos Palace had grim expressions. Xu Rui and the other two were worried once more. "Fellow Daoist Su, are you really going to meet the heavenly venerate of the leopard race?" Xu Rui could not help but remind, "If we enter the Myriad Beast Ridge, there's no turning back." "Ha ha." Su Zimo laughed. "What's there to turn back for? Chaos Palace will be staying here from now on." Xu Rui laughed bitterly. Everyone took it as a joke and no one took it seriously. The leopard lady's cultivation had been crippled. Her heart was filled with endless resentment as she cursed, "In my opinion, you ants from the primal Chaos Palace will all turn into bones and flesh and stay in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge forever." When they arrived at the mountain gate, Su Zimo put away the Immortal boat and descended with everyone from Chaos Palace. "Who's there?" Tens of thousands of demon cultivators appeared in front of the Myriad Beast Ridge's mountain gate. All of them had surging demonic chi and looked wary. The 4 people in the lead were all Tao manifestation supremacies. "Good lad." Meng She was secretly shocked. "The Myriad Beast Ridge is so strong. There are so many people guarding the mountain gate and even supremacies." Su Zimo was slightly surprised as well. Normally speaking, there was no need for such a formation to guard the mountain gate. Furthermore, the expressions of the demon cultivators of the Myriad Beast Ridge seemed as though they were facing a formidable enemy, as though they knew that they were coming. Interesting. For a moment, Su Zimo could not figure it out either. He carried the Supremacy Leopard Lady who was still cursing to the front of the sect and declared, "I am Su Zimo of the Chaos Palace. I would like to meet the 4 leaders of the Myriad Beast Ridge." Xu Rui and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard that. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. It was one thing for him to visit the 4th leader. However, wasn't he a little too arrogant to visit all 4 leaders at once? Furthermore, the 4 leaders of Myriad Beast Ridge were heavenly venerates. If a third-grade faction like them were to suddenly visit with thousands of people, they would only attract the hostility of Myriad Beast Ridge. Furthermore, fellow Daoist Su's tone was way too casual. He did not use any polite words such as sorry for the trouble and sorry for the sudden visit. Xu Rui and the other 2 did not know that Su Zimo was already being polite by coming to the mountain gate and saying that. Chaos Palace? When the 4 supremacies of Myriad Beast Ridge heard that, they frowned and exchanged glances with puzzled expressions. "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report." The 4 supremacies communicated with their spirit consciousnesses before one of them cupped his fists and turned to leave. Shu Rui and the other 2 were stunned. Myriad Beast Ridge was that easy to deal with? End of chapter. Chapter 3254. Myriad Beast Ridge. 4 huge stone pillars were engraved with the totems of the 4 beast races, the wolf, the tiger, and the leopard. Their ferocious faces and demonic auras filled the place, forming a solemn Myriad Beast Hall. At that moment, the 3 leaders of the Myriad Beast Ridge, the wolf, tiger, and leopard heavenly venerates, were sitting side by side at the top of the hall. The surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere was stifling. The 3 of them had heavy expressions, clearly troubled. Humph. After a long while, the tiger race Empyrean seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He slammed the table and stood up, scolding, "Isn't that Black Goat Ridge's appetite a little too big? They want us to hand over the 9 origin mines of the Myriad Beast Ridge as soon as they open their mouths. If there's no other way, we'll fight it out with them." The Myriad Beast Ridge only had a total of 9 origin mines. The Black Goat Ridge asking for the 9 origin mines of the Myriad Beast Ridge was practically asking for the foundation of the Myriad Beast Ridge. The Leopard Heavenly Venerate also looked at the Wolf Heavenly Venerate and asked, "Second brother, do we fight or retreat? You decide. How should we fight?" The Wolf Heavenly Venerate frowned. The Black Goat Ridge has 2 Grand Heavenly Venerates and more than 10 Heavenly Venerates under them. We can't win at all. Are we going to give up the foundation that we worked so hard to build to them? The Tiger Heavenly Venerate was indignant. The Wolf Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice, "Let's see if Big Brother can break through the bottleneck and become a Grand Heavenly Venerate. If Big Brother can take another step and become a Grand Heavenly Venerate, we'll have some room to negotiate with the Black Goat Ridge. I believe that the 2 Grand Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge will have some scruples. There might not be enough time." The Leopard Heavenly Venerate shook his head slightly and asked, "What if the Black Goat Ridge comes knocking on our door before Big Brother breaks through? We'll drag it out if we can. If we can't." After a pause, the Wolf Heavenly Venerate said helplessly, "We can only give up on the Myriad Beast Ridge and find another way out. Given our abilities, even if we leave this world, we can still make a name for ourselves in the Huagai continent. If we all break through one day and become Grand Heavenly Venerates, we can still come back and take everything back. Second brother is right." The Leopard Race Empyrean nodded. The Wolf Clan Heavenly Venerable said, "Tell the little ones below to be more alert and tighten their defenses. If the Black Goat Ridge goes crazy and launches a surprise attack, we can also be prepared." "Second brother, don't worry," the Tiger Race Empyrean said, "I've arranged for 4 supremacies and over 10,000 demonic beasts to guard the mountain gate. Increase the patrols around the 10,000 beasts ridge as well. If there's any trouble, we'll be the first to know." At this moment, a venerable one rushed in from outside the door with a strange expression. The 3 celestial venerables were discussing the Black Goat Ridge when they noticed the strange expression on the newcomer's face. Could it be that something had happened? "What is it?" the Wolf Clan Heavenly Venerable asked in a deep voice. The Venerable said loudly, "Outside the mountain gate, there is Su Zimo who claims to be from the Primal Chaos Palace. He wishes to pay his respects to the 3 leaders." Su Zimo. The Leopard Race Empyrean was a bit puzzled. He looked at the 2 beside him and asked, "Who are you? I've never heard of you before." The other 2 celestial venerables shook their heads slightly as well. The Tiger Race Empyrean frowned. "I've heard of that Primal Chaos Palace. It's a 3rd-grade faction that's almost destroyed. There hasn't been any news of them for a long time. What are they doing here?" The Wolf Race Empyrean asked again, "What's the cultivation realm of that Su Zimo?" "A supremacy at 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm." The supremacy outside the hall replied. The Leopard Race Empyrean asked, "How many people are here from the Primal Chaos Palace? What are their cultivation realms?" The supremacy outside the door replied, "The ones with the highest cultivation realms are at 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. There are 2 of them and a few other supremacies. The remaining 3,000 odd people are all below the supremacy realm." They don't seem threatening at all. Mother ***. The tiger race Empyrean cursed and waved his hand impatiently. Where did these ants come from? How dare they meet the three of us? Kill them and share them among you brothers. Thank you, third leader. The supremacy bowed and retreated, about to leave. Right then, the wolf race Empyrean's heart stirred and shouted, "Hold on." The supremacies outside the hall stopped in their tracks. The tiger race Empyrean and leopard race Empyrean turned to look at the wolf race Empyrean with questioning looks. The heavenly venerate of the wolf clan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What did the person who came say? Repeat everything in full detail." That person said that he was Su Zimo from the Primal Chaos Palace and wished to meet the four leaders of the Myriad Beast Ridge. The Venerable One repeated the story without changing a word. Upon hearing that, the leopard race Empyrean could tell that something was amiss. What a boastful tone. It was clear that a supremacy at the Tao manifestation realm had ill intentions for him to say such word. The wolf race Empyrean and leopard race Empyrean exchanged glances and thought of the Black Goat Ridge at the same time. The wolf race Empyrean pondered for a moment and just now, he instructed, "Invite this Su Zimo and the people he brought over here. Also, arrange for some good wine and dishes to be served together." "Yes, sir." Although the supremacy was puzzled, he still agreed. When the wolf race Empyrean saw that the person did not seem too concerned, his expression darkened as he hollered, "Luofeng, listen up. Invite those people in, you bunch of dogs, be smart and pay attention to your etiquette. Don't offend these esteemed guests." Luofeng replied hurriedly. There was no way he could understand that the tiger race Empyrean had just asked them to eat up the group of people from the Primal Chaos Palace. In the blink of an eye, they became esteemed guests. After Luofeng left, the tiger race Empyrean was still confused and asked with a frown, "Second brother, fourth brother, how did those ants from the Primal Chaos Palace become esteemed guests?" The leopard race Empyrean heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Second brother, your reaction is still fast. We nearly fell for the Black Goat Ridge's trap." "What do you mean?" the tiger race Empyrean asked. The leopard race Empyrean explained, "There's an 80% chance that Su Zimo is an envoy sent by the Black Goat Ridge. If we kill that group of people, we'll be exposed and there'll be no turning back. Levitating Goat Peak is truly sinister." The tiger race Empyrean broke out in cold sweat when he heard that and gritted his teeth. No wonder a supremacy at third transformation of Tao manifestation dares to be so arrogant. So, he has the backing of the Black Goat Ridge. However, speaking of which, the leopard race Empyrean continued, "The Black Goat Ridge is looking down on us too much by sending a few supremacies over to talk to the four of us." The three of them were supremacies and leaders of their respective factions. Under normal circumstances, the Black Goat Ridge would at least send heavenly venerate experts over as a show of respect. "Third brother, fourth brother, there's no need to be angry." The wolf race Empyrean had a calm expression. "Let's see why Su Zimo is here. If he has any requests, we'll try our best to satisfy them. We just have to delay it as much as possible and wait for the results of Big Brother's seclusion to break through the bottleneck. Don't complicate things." "Understood." The tiger and leopard race Empyreans replied in unison. Chapter 3255. In front of the Myriad Beast Ridge. The group from the Primal Chaos Palace did not wait long before they saw the supremacy return. Before he even got close, this supremacy's yellow-haired face was filled with smiles. He even looked a little fawning and strange. "Esteemed guests, your presence brings light to the Myriad Beast Ridge." Luofeng the supremacy said, "I'm Luofeng. Just now, please forgive me for my negligence. Please come in." Everyone from the Primal Chaos Palace was stunned on the spot. What's going on? Could it be a trap? It doesn't make sense. If the Myriad Beast Ridge wants to deal with us, is there a need to be so polite? Shu Rui and the others looked at each other and were still secretly communicating with their divine senses. Su Zimo was also a little puzzled. However, he had experienced far too many things in his path of cultivation. He only nodded slightly as he walked from a small chiliocosm to where he was today with the body of Immortal. In the eyes of the hunchbacked supremacy, this scene was even more unfathomable. It seems that this person's background is indeed great. Otherwise, the three leaders wouldn't have paid so much attention to him. Luo Feng thought to himself, just this bearing and calmness is far inferior to others. Continue to guard the mountain gate. Don't relax. Luo Feng the supremacy straightened his face and looked at the other demonic beasts. He then bowed slightly and smiled at Su Zimo and the others. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The three leaders have already prepared a banquet in the Myriad Beast Great Hall to welcome you. Everyone from the Primal Chaos Palace was even more confused. Supremacy Luo Feng, I used to be from the Myriad Beast Ridge. The leopard lady, who was being escorted by Mengshe, suddenly said, this group of people from the Primal Chaos Palace don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They don't put the Myriad Beast Ridge in their eyes at all, much less the leopard race's heavenly venerables. Shu Rui and the others' hearts sank. This leopard lady was clearly trying to sow discord. Chen Qianhe hurriedly explained, fellow Daoist, don't listen to her nonsense. There's a misunderstanding here. Well said, well said. Who knew? Luo Feng the Venerable One did not care at all. He only responded with a smile. The leopard lady's heart gradually sank. She did not have any relationship with the leopard clan Empyrean at all. Originally, she only wanted to use the Myriad Beast Ridge's name to save her life. Who would have thought that these people from the Primal Chaos Palace would become honored guests in the Myriad Beast Ridge? The people from the Primal Chaos Palace followed behind Supremacy Luo Feng. Along the way, they saw horrifying scenes all around the Myriad Beast Ridge. This mountain ridge could indeed be called a forest of skeletons. Blood mixed with the soil. There was not the slightest bit of greenery. There was no vegetation, and the stench of blood filled the air. On top of the bone forest, there were pieces of human skin hanging. Some had already dried up, and some were still stained with blood. Some demonic beasts were gathered around a bonfire, drinking wine and making merry. They tore off large pieces of flesh and placed them in their mouths, chewing until their mouths were full of blood. Under the illumination of the fire, the demon beasts whose faces and mouths were stained with blood were like evil spirits that had crawled out of hell. Some of the flesh and blood came from plants and vegetation. Some of them were humans. After cultivating to this level, they had long since stopped eating grains. The behavior of this group of demonic beasts was completely due to their bloodthirsty and savage nature. The group from the Primal Chaos Palace had heavy hearts and remained silent. Originally, this mountain ridge was also lush with vegetation, surrounded by green water, and full of vitality. But now, the mountain ridge was covered in blood and bones were buried. The green water had turned into a blood river and there was no sign of life in the surroundings. Su Zimo was expressionless, but his gaze turned colder. Before long, everyone arrived at the Myriad Beast Great Hall under the lead of Supremacy Luo Feng. On both sides of the hall, there were sumptuous banquets. Although the three leaders did not come out to welcome them, they stood up one after another and looked at Su Zimo's group, scrutinizing them. This group of people, the heavenly venerate of the leopard race, frowned slightly and was puzzled. Apart from the leopard girl who was clearly severely injured, none of them were demons. Furthermore, they looked extremely down and out, as though they had nothing to do with the Black Goat Ridge. Black Goat Ridge was similar to the Myriad Beast Ridge in that they were ruled by many demonic beasts. How could there be so many plants and vegetation living beings? The heavenly venerate of the wolf race also noticed something strange. Could we have guessed wrongly? Although that was what he thought, the heavenly venerate of the wolf race remained calm and prepared to test the group's intentions. Everyone, please take a seat. Supremacy Luo Feng was still inviting Su Zimo and the others to take a seat. Everyone from the Chaos Palace had been fleeing all these years and had only faced third-grade factions. Even heavenly venerate experts were rare. Now that they suddenly saw the three heavenly venerates sitting high in the hall and felt the powerful auras of the three heavenly venerates, they were all terrified. Not to mention them, even supremacies like Shu Rui, Chen Qianhe, and Mengshe were much weaker in front of the three heavenly venerates and did not dare to look them in the eye. Under such circumstances, no one from the Chaos Palace dared to sit down. Suzimo was the only one who was calm as he found a seat and sat down as though there was no one else around. The group from the Chaos Palace subconsciously followed and stood behind Suzimo. It was as though that was the only way for everyone to feel at ease. When the heavenly venerate of the wolf race saw how calm Suzimo was, he muttered in his heart. That person is only a supremacy at the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Where did he get his confidence from? The heavenly venerate of the leopard race coughed gently and asked, "You must be Suzimo, fellow Daoist Su, right?" "That's me." Suzimo nodded. "Fellow Daoist Su, this is your first time in the Myriad Beast Ridge. Why don't you stay here for a few days? We can talk slowly if there's anything." The heavenly venerate of the leopard race had two considerations when he said that. If Suzimo was truly sent by the Black Goat Ridge to probe, he could stall for time by letting them stay here. If that group of people had nothing to do with the Black Goat Ridge and stayed here, they would not be able to escape. "Let's talk now." Suzimo tapped the table gently with his finger and said with a firm tone that was unquestionable, "So domineering?" The heavenly venerate of the wolf race narrowed his eyes and became even more cautious. "What do you want to talk about, fellow Daoist Su?" Suzimo pointed to the leopard lady supremacy behind him. That person brought Black Rat sect and wanted to destroy Chaos Palace. However, I suppressed her. She said that she was from the leopard race of the heavenly venerate of the Myriad Beast Ridge and even threatened to tear me into pieces. Therefore, I'm here to ask the heavenly venerate of the leopard race if the Myriad Beast Ridge is going to stand up for her. The moment he said that, the Myriad Beast Great Hall fell silent. Shu Rui and everyone else from Chaos Palace broke out in cold sweat and shuddered. Was this how their master communicated with heavenly venerates? Why did his tone sound like he was here to denounce them? What was even stranger was that the three heavenly venerates above did not seem to be enraged because of this. Naturally, they could not understand why the more domineering Suzimo appeared, the more certain the three heavenly venerates of the Myriad Beast Ridge were that Suzimo was related to the Black Goat Ridge. So, they're trying to find a reason to incite conflict and denounce us. The leopard race heavenly venerate thought to himself. On second thought, he glanced at the leopard lady supremacy and smiled. "Fellow Daoist Su, you've misunderstood. I don't know that leopard lady at all and she's not from my race either. There's no need for me to stand up for her." End of chapter. Chapter 3256. The leopard race heavenly venerate sneered to himself. Finding a random leopard girl and wanting to pin it on our Myriad Beast Ridge? What wishful thinking. Putting aside the fact that this leopard girl had nothing to do with the Myriad Beast Ridge, even if she was really from the Myriad Beast Ridge, he would deny it no matter what. Heavenly venerate, save me. Seeing that the situation was bad, the leopard girl hurriedly shouted, "Although I'm not a member of the heavenly venerate race, I was once a member of the Myriad Beast Ridge harumph." The leopard race heavenly venerate harumphed coldly. Everyone from the Chaos Palace felt their vision blur as though something flashed past. The next moment, Mengsha felt his hand suddenly lighten. Originally, he was holding the leopard girl in his hand. At this moment, he subconsciously lowered his head and saw that the leopard girl in his hand had already been torn into two. Blood splattered all over the ground and her corpse lay beside his feet. Pest! Mengsha sucked in a breath of cold air as all the hair on his body stood on end. He hurriedly looked up. The leopard race heavenly venerate was still sitting in his original position, seemingly not moving at all. The speed was too fast. With just a cold harumph, the leopard race heavenly venerate killed the leopard girl and returned to his original position. Throughout the entire process, Shu Rui, Mengsha, and the others did not see clearly how the leopard race heavenly venerate killed. This was the difference between a supremacy and a heavenly venerate. Pan Mu was so frightened that his legs went limp as he sat on the ground, trembling. Mengsha's entire body stiffened and his back turned cold. If that leopard race heavenly venerate had casually slashed his neck just now, his head would probably be separated from his body by now. However, he could not understand why the leopard race heavenly venerate would suddenly attack and not attack them. Instead, he killed the leopard girl. "Everyone, please forgive me." The leopard race heavenly venerate smiled. This leopard girl was vicious and wanted to frame my myriad beast ridge. In my anger, I killed her. Fellow Daoist Su. The wolf race heavenly venerate also smiled. This matter has been resolved perfectly. Shu Rui was delighted when he heard that. Although he did not understand why the myriad beast ridge would be so polite to them, since the matter was resolved, they could escape successfully. In the 10,000 Beasts Great Hall, they were under tremendous pressure at all times. Even a supremacy like him was like this, let alone the others in the Chaos Palace. Fellow Daoist Su, this matter is over. Let's go. Shu Rui immediately sent a voice transmission and urged. Su Zimo still did not understand why the 10,000 Beasts Ridge was so strange. Of course, it didn't matter. Since he was already here, he had no intention of leaving. That's just the first thing. Su Zimo said leisurely, this time, I have a second matter to discuss with you all. Is the jackal race Empyrean not here? Fellow Daoist Su, let's quit while we're ahead. Let's quickly retreat. Meng Shi couldn't watch on any longer, so he sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. They still came. The Wolf Clan Empyrean trio's hearts sank when they heard that. The Wolf Clan Heavenly Venerable said in a deep voice, if there's anything, the three of us can make the decision. Big Brother is currently not in the Myriad Beast Ridge. Oh. Su Zimo smiled faintly, but did not point it out. His primordial spirit had reached the level of a great Empyrean. When his divine sense swept across the Myriad Beasts Ridge, he vaguely sensed a huge wave of energy coming from a hidden cave. This sign was most likely that someone was accumulating strength to break through the bottleneck. Judging from the Wolf Clan Empyrean's reaction, the person breaking through the bottleneck was most likely the Jackal Race Empyrean. This matter is simple. Su Zimo said indifferently, the Chaos Palace currently has no place to stay. I think your 10,000 Beasts Ridge is pretty good. Give it up. Shu Rui, Chen Qianhe, and Meng Shi were dumbfounded. They almost thought that they were hallucinating. What was Su Zimo doing? He wanted the three Empyrean experts to give up the 10,000 Beasts Ridge? And he said it so naturally. It was as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Furthermore, this was not a tone of negotiation. It was more like an order. Everyone in the Chaos Palace was so frightened by Su Zimo's words that their faces turned pale. Even Shu Rui and the other two resisted the urge to turn and run. They stood where they were and carefully observed the expressions of the three Empyreans of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. Strangely enough, not only were the three Empyreans not angry, but they also didn't seem surprised at all, as expected of Empyrean experts. To think that they would be so shrewd. Meng Shi was secretly speechless. How could he have expected that after hearing Su Zimo's words, the Wolf Clan Empyrean and the other two were even more certain that Su Zimo was from the Black Goat Ridge? Fellow Daoist Su, is there no room for negotiation? The Wolf Clan Empyrean asked in a deep voice. Everyone in the Chaos Palace was stunned. They were Empyrean experts who were asked to leave their territory. At this moment, they were actually negotiating with a Dao manifestation supremacy. What kind of negotiation do you want? Su Zimo asked instead, submit to me and join the Chaos Palace. He did not expect the three Empyreans of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge to be so timid as to negotiate with him. Su Zimo was still reflecting on where he had accidentally exposed himself to shock the three Empyreans. Since the three Empyreans of the 10,000 Beasts Ridge were so tactful and easy to talk to, it was not appropriate for him to attack. Su Zimo, don't go overboard. The Tiger Empyrean could not hold it in any longer and slammed the table as he stood up. A torrential demonic chi burst forth from his body as he exuded the might of a heavenly venerate with a ferocious gaze. Third brother, don't be rash. The Wolf and Leopard Empyreans hurriedly attacked and forced the Tiger Empyrean back to his seat. The bigger picture is more important. The Wolf Empyrean sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and nodded to the Tiger Empyrean, indicating for him to bear with it for the time being. The Tiger Empyrean took a deep breath of air and grit his teeth. He gripped his fists so tightly that his joints crackled. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he looked outside the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. The three Empyreans of the Wolf clan had not discovered anything and were still communicating with their spirit consciousnesses, discussing how to stall for time and fight for an opportunity for their brother. A moment later, the Wolf Empyrean's expression changed as though he had sensed something. He turned around suddenly and looked outside the hall. Immediately after, the Tiger and Leopard Empyreans sensed two extremely domineering auras descending above the 10,000 Beasts Ridge as well. "It's a grand heavenly venerate," the Wolf Empyrean said softly with a grave expression. Only a grand heavenly venerate could emit such an aura. The true master of the Black Goat Ridge had arrived. Upon hearing the words grand heavenly venerate, everyone in the Chaos Palace no longer had any fear in their hearts. All that was left was despair. Xu Rui, Chen Qianhe, and Meng Shi were also complaining in their hearts. Although they did not say anything, they looked at Su Zimo with a trace of complaint. They could have retreated unscathed with the death of the Leopard Empyrean. Now, even a grand heavenly venerate had come. Everyone in the Chaos Palace felt as though they were ants under the feet of several ancient behemoths. These ancient behemoths could casually raise their feet and trample them until nothing remained. "The four of you from the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, what do you think?" Right then, a voice came from outside. The next moment, two figures stepped into the Myriad Beasts' Great Hall. Digression: the name Levitating Goat Peak appeared in Tianhuang region before. After being reminded by a book friend, in order to avoid repetition, it was changed to the Black Goat Ridge. Third watch today. Chapter 3257. The moment these two figures stepped into the hall, the auras of the three Myriad Beast Ridge heavenly venerates were instantly suppressed. The Wolf clan heavenly venerate's expression changed several times before he cupped his hands. "Greetings, Great Heavenly Venerate Black Sheep and Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor." The Tiger clan heavenly venerate and the Leopard clan heavenly venerate also stood up and bowed. This was the respect and etiquette one should show to the strong. Su Zimo remained motionless in his seat as his gaze fell on the two grand heavenly venerates as he sized them up. One of them was tall and thin. His grayish-white hair was tied into a slightly curved bun. He had a goatee and a cold expression. This should be Great Heavenly Venerate Black Sheep. The other person was burly and extremely strong. He had a wide nose and mouth with a pair of bull horns. His eyes were like copper bells and a faint wisp of golden light flowed around his body. He should be Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor. Su Zimo did indeed feel some pressure from the two Great Heavenly Venerates. After the two Great Heavenly Venerates entered the hall, their gazes swept past Su Zimo and the others without stopping. The highest cultivation level of the people from the Chaos Palace was only a third transformation Tao manifestation supremacy. They were like ants in their eyes, so they didn't take them to heart. "Great Heavenly Venerates, please take a seat. Here are some freshly prepared drinks. Let's chat while drinking." The Leopard clan heavenly venerate hurriedly said with a smile, wanting to change the topic and delay as much time as possible. "That's all. You guys, say something." Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor waved his hand and said, "Are you going to hand over the 9 Myriad Beast Ridge source mines?" The smile on the Leopard clan heavenly venerate's face froze. Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor said, "Let me tell you. We are giving you this opportunity because we think that the four of you have some ability. If not for this, you would have had to hand over the Black Sheep Ridge's army." The Wolf clan heavenly venerate's face darkened. He was already burning with anxiety. Based on Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor's tone, if they didn't hand over the 9 Myriad Beast Ridge source mines, they might not be able to escape unscathed. However, their big brother was at a critical juncture of his breakthrough. They didn't want to give up. "Great Heavenly Venerates." The Wolf Race Empyrean pondered and said, "It wasn't easy for us brothers to establish this foundation. We are willing to give up 5 source mines and leave 4 for us brothers so that we can continue cultivating." Ha 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 ha. The golden-armored Great Empyrean reared his head back and laughed. His powerful voice caused the tiles of the hall to tremble and dust to scatter everywhere. "The Myriad Beasts Ridge has no right to negotiate with us," the golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate said word by word. The 3 myriad beast ridge heavenly venerables had ugly expressions. Even the hot-tempered tiger clan Empyrean didn't dare to utter a word under the pressure of the 2 great Empyreans. The atmosphere in the 10,000 beasts' great hall instantly dropped to the freezing point. On the other side, Suzimo thought for a moment and understood the matter. The reason why the 10,000 beasts ridge treated them so politely and treated them as honored guests was most likely because they mistook them for people from the Dark Goat Ridge. At this moment, Shu Rui and the other 2 also gradually recovered from their shock. But the more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Originally, the Primal Chaos Palace had only offended the Myriad Beast Ridge. If the 2 Grand Empyreans of the Black Goat Ridge found out that they were just now, the Black Goat Ridge would never let them off. It's all over now. Meng Shi secretly sent a voice transmission and said in despair, if we had stopped while we were ahead, we might have had a chance to escape. Now, Sai, fellow Daoist Su, we've been screwed over by you. Shu Rui was also scared out of his wits, but when he heard Meng Shi's words, he quickly frowned and shouted, Junior brother Meng, you can't blame fellow Daoist Su for this. If not for him, we would have been annihilated by the Black Rat Sec. Meng Shi wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish between gratitude and grudges. However, when he saw Suzimo lead the people from the Primal Chaos Palace into the abyss, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Chen Qianhe looked at Suzimo and sighed in her heart. She couldn't understand how Suzimo could be so calm in front of 3 heavenly venerables and 2 Grand Empyreans. Suzimo sat there the entire time and didn't get up. When he was free, he would drink a cup of wine and observe the 2 Grand Empyreans of the Black Goat Ridge with interest. That golden-armored Grand Empyrean should be from the barbarian bull race. His physical body is very strong and he should cultivate some kind of great Tao. The great Tao that Goatee cultivates is a little obscure, but his strength should be above that of the golden-armored Grand Empyrean. If that wasn't the case, the faction they belong to wouldn't be called the Black Goat Ridge. If I don't use my bloodline, I wonder what my chances of winning against these 2 Grand Empyreans are. It's rare for a Grand Empyrean to come knocking on my door. I can verify it later. Never in her wildest dreams would Chen Qianhe have imagined that Suzimo was actually plotting against her right now. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the back mountain of the Myriad Beast Ridge. An extremely tyrannical aura burst forth. Oh! Grand Empyrean Black Goat frowned. He glanced at the empty spot beside the 3 Grand Empyreans of the Myriad Beast Ridge and made a rough guess. The 3 Grand Empyreans of the wolf race were overjoyed when they felt this aura. Success! Big Brother has broken through. Ha ha ha, from now on, the Myriad Beast Ridge has a Grand Empyrean overseeing it. The tiger race heavenly venerate laughed maniacally. Who said that the Myriad Beast Ridge doesn't have the right to negotiate with you? A voice suddenly sounded in the Myriad Beast Great Hall. The next moment, a man descended in the Great Hall. He was surrounded by the violent power that he had just broken through and had yet to fully control. He looked around and finally looked at the 2 Grand Empyreans of the Black Goat Ridge. Big Brother. The 3 Grand Empyreans of the wolf race quickly went up to greet him with joyful expressions. This person was the Grand Empyrean of the wolf race who had just broken through. This time, we're really going to die without a burial ground. Meng Shi transmitted his voice via divine sense, and his voice revealed a trace of despair. The people of the Chaos Palace had never experienced such a scene before. They were gathered in a great hall with 3 Grand Empyreans and 3 Grand Empyreans. Everyone was like ants that were trying to survive in a crevice. They were very careful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Not necessarily. Shu Rui was still able to maintain his calm and did his best to suppress the fear in his heart. The situation has changed. The Myriad Beast Ridge now has the power to resist the Black Goat Ridge. Once the 2 factions start fighting, they definitely won't be able to care about us. When the 2 tigers fight, we will have a chance to escape. Although that was the case, Shu Rui and the others knew that escaping from the Myriad Beast Ridge and the Black Goat Ridge was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The slightest carelessness and a single misstep would result in death. In a while, everyone will act according to my signal. Don't act rashly. Shu Rui transmitted his voice to the people of the Chaos Palace. Originally, Shu Rui and the others followed Su Zimo's instructions and came to the Myriad Beast Ridge together. But now that the Chaos Palace's life was hanging by a thread, Shu Rui didn't dare to let Su Zimo continue to command them. Helpless, he could only step forward and lead the Chaos Palace out of the abyss. End of this chapter. Chapter 3258. Congratulations. The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate said with a fake smile. Although he was congratulating, the birth of a Great Heavenly Venerate in the Myriad Beast Ridge would naturally create many variables for the Black Goat Ridge. Great Heavenly Venerate stared at the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate and suddenly said, "You just broke through. You have no chance of winning against the two of us." This was the first time Great Heavenly Venerate had spoken directly. Even if the Myriad Beast Ridge had a Great Heavenly Venerate, the Myriad Beast Ridge still didn't have a high chance of winning if the two sides went to war. That's right. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate didn't argue. He first admitted to this matter before changing the topic. However, if you want to destroy the Myriad Beast Ridge, you will have to pay a heavy price. Also, I might not be your match if the two of you join forces. However, if I want to escape, the two of you won't be able to stop me. One day, when my cultivation improves, I will naturally make a comeback and take revenge for today. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate was also very strong. He knew that if he gave in now, the Myriad Beast Ridge would really be annexed by the Black Goat Ridge. The two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge were also weighing the pros and cons. Was it worth it to forcefully annex the Myriad Beast Ridge and pay a heavy price? Furthermore, forming a grudge with a Great Heavenly Venerate would cause endless trouble for the Black Goat Ridge. The Black Goat Ridge Great Heavenly Venerate said, "Fellow Daoist, you don't have to be so hostile toward us. The two of us came personally, so we naturally came with sincerity." Humph. The Tiger Race Great Heavenly Venerate snorted. Sincerity. The Black Goat Ridge clearly sent that Su Zimo to probe and find a chance to cause trouble. The Wolf Race Great Heavenly Venerate and the Leopard Race Great Heavenly Venerate both felt that something was wrong. On the Chaos Palace's side, Shu Rui and the other two were already feeling guilty. When they heard this, their hearts pounded in fear that the Myriad Beast Ridge would notice them. "We have to find a chance to escape as soon as possible." Shu Rui swallowed his saliva and thought. If both sides continue talking like this, they will be exposed sooner or later. The Great Heavenly Venerate said. Great Heavenly Venerate. Of Great Heavenly Venerate Great Heavenly Venerate Great Heavenly Venerate said Great Heavenly Venerate. "Thank you for your kindness." The Jackal Race Grand Empyrean shook his head slightly. He had become a Grand Empyrean and was the king of a mountain. How could he easily submit to others? "So, you want us to return empty-handed?" Great Heavenly Venerate Xianyang's tone was faint and filled with killing intent. The Grand Empyrean of the Jackal clan thought quickly. He knew that if he didn't give up something today, the two Grand Empyreans of the Black Goat Ridge wouldn't leave. "The Myriad Beasts Ridge can give you a source mine," the Grand Empyrean of the Jackal race said in a deep voice. "Only one?" The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate sneered. "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Give us at least 5 of them." "No." The Grand Empyrean of the Jackal race also refused and shook his head. 5 is too much." Seeing that both sides were quarreling over the distribution of the origin ores, Shu Rui glanced at everyone from the Primal Chaos Palace and transmitted his voice. "Everyone, retreat slowly. Don't make too big of a commotion." Su Zimo didn't seem to hear anything. He was still sitting in his seat, seemingly interested in the quarrel between the Dark Goat Ridge and the Myriad Beasts Ridge. He even had a smile on his face. "Fellow Daoist Su, quickly come with us." Chen Qianhe transmitted her voice. "Where are you going?" At this moment, the voice of the Leopard Clan Heavenly Venerate suddenly came. After Great Heavenly Venerate Xianyang said that he would personally appear, he had been pondering this matter and paying attention to the actions of the Primal Chaos Palace people. Now that he saw the Primal Chaos Palace people's sneaky expressions, as if they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave, he immediately stopped them. Meng Shu and the others' faces suddenly turned pale. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even control their bodies. Their legs trembled and they almost couldn't stand. Shu Rui suppressed the fear in his heart and tried his best to remain calm. He forced a smile and said, "The great heavenly venerates are discussing important matters. It's not convenient for us to disturb you here, so we left first without asking for permission. I hope everyone will forgive us." At this moment, the expressions of the Wolf Clan Heavenly Venerate and the Leopard Clan Heavenly Venerate had already darkened. They want to escape. At this moment, Pan Mu scrambled to the side of the 3 Myriad Beasts Ridge Heavenly Venerates and shouted, "They just pretended to be from the Dark Goat Ridge. Now that they've been exposed, they want to escape. I'm not with them. They captured me." Pan Mu had followed them all the way and naturally understood. He knew that he would most likely die if he followed the Primal Chaos Palace. Only by submitting to the Myriad Beasts Ridge or the Dark Goat Ridge would he have a chance to live. Traitor. Meng Shu was furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard, if I knew this would happen, I would have killed you just now." In fact, even without Pan Mu's words, the Primal Chaos Palace people wouldn't have been able to leave. The Wolf Clan Heavenly Venerates and the Leopard Clan Heavenly Venerates had already reacted. How could they let the Primal Chaos Palace people leave so easily? Pretended to be from the Dark Goat Ridge? The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate frowned and looked at the 4 Heavenly Venerates of the Myriad Beasts Ridge. He raised his brows and asked, "There's such a thing?" The Wolf Race Great Heavenly Venerate also looked at the 3 Heavenly Venerates of the Wolf Race with a questioning look. The Wolf Race Heavenly Venerate pointed at Suzimo and the others and asked with cupped hands, "Great Heavenly Venerates, are these people really not from the Dark Goat Ridge?" "Of course not." The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate pursed his lips and said, "Why would the Dark Goat Ridge take in such weak plant life forms? Even if there were, they would have been eaten by us long ago. That's good enough." The Wolf Race Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice, just before the 2 Great Heavenly Venerates arrived, "These people pretended to be from the Dark Goat Ridge and came to the Myriad Beasts Great Hall to demand that we give up the Myriad Beasts Ridge. The 3 of us endured it repeatedly because of the 2 Great Heavenly Venerates of the Dark Goat Ridge." The 3 Heavenly Venerates of the Wolf Race recalled how they had been suppressed by a Tao manifestation supremacy and had to give in repeatedly. They couldn't help but feel frustrated. This was the greatest humiliation of their lives. The Wolf Race Great Heavenly Venerate snorted coldly and said, "So it turns out that we were secretly instigated by these ants. We nearly had a misunderstanding and fought. They pretended to be from the Dark Goat Ridge and swindled others. They deserve to die." The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate's tone was cold. Many cultivators in the Chaos Palace could no longer withstand the powerful pressure from the Great Heavenly Venerates and Heavenly Venerates. They fell to the ground with fear and despair. Sigh. At this moment, Shu Rui could only sigh deeply and feel disheartened. He didn't expect that the Chaos Palace would end up in such a situation after offending 2 major factions. Dong. 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 Right at this moment, 3 crisp sounds came from the side. Suzimo, who had been sitting in his seat all this while, tapped his finger lightly on the table, attracting everyone's attention. "I never said that I was from the Dark Goat Ridge." Suzimo chuckled and said, "You were the ones who were suspicious. Now, you're blaming me?" That was indeed true. However, the 3 Heavenly Venerates of the Wolf Race blushed when they heard that and felt even more embarrassed. Shu Rui and the others were secretly shocked. Everyone knew that they were going to die today, but they didn't dare to say such provocative words. It could be said that the 3 Heavenly Venerates had lost all face in public. End of chapter. Chapter 3259. I think we should put aside the matter between us for now. The Grand Empyrean of the Jackal race looked at Grand Empyrean Shen Yang and the other Grand Empyrean. "After us brothers deal with these ants, we'll cut off some fresh flesh to go with our wine." "That's exactly what I wanted." The golden-armored Grand Empyrean laughed. The Jackal race Grand Empyrean looked at his 3 brothers and nodded slightly. The Tiger race Heavenly Veneran had a fiery temper and could no longer hold it in. Seeing his big brother's order, he immediately rushed out and roared. His eyes were wide open as he rushed in front of Suzimo. He raised his gigantic palm and slammed it down on the top of Suzimo's head. Suzimo was still sitting in his original spot, not moving at all. He had no intention of dodging at all, as if he couldn't react in time. Everyone felt that this was normal. After all, the difference between a supremacy and a heavenly veneran was the threshold of a major realm. The difference in strength was too great. "Ant, you dare to play with us? Watch me, boom." Suzimo suddenly raised his fist and punched the tiger race heavenly veneran's palm. The fist and palm collided, causing a loud explosion. Before the tiger race heavenly veneran could finish speaking, he screamed. Crack! The horrifying sound of bones cracking rang out. The tiger race heavenly veneran's palm was smashed into a bloody mess by Suzimo's punch. Bones stained with blood were exposed. It was a ghastly sight. As for Suzimo, he was still sitting in his seat. After this head-on collision, not only did his body not move at all, even the seat beneath him didn't suffer any impact. The tiger race heavenly veneran was shocked and wanted to take advantage of the momentum to retreat. However, Suzimo suddenly changed his move. He turned his fist into a palm and grabbed the tiger race heavenly veneran's wrist, pulling him over. At the same time, he stabbed forward with his sword fingers. Poochie! A bloody hole appeared in the tiger race heavenly veneran's head. It pierced through his sea of consciousness and destroyed his origin spirit. The tiger race heavenly veneran's corpse fell limply beside Suzimo's feet. The myriad beast palace suddenly became deathly silent. Shu Rui and the others from the Chaos Palace widened their eyes in shock as they watched this scene in disbelief. It wasn't that they had never seen Suzimo's methods. The Black Rat Sect Master, who was at the third transformation of the Tao realm, could not even withstand one move from Suzimo. However, no one expected that even a heavenly venerate expert would be stabbed to death by Suzimo with a single finger and die in the same manner. That was Suzimo's body was Suzimo was killed a heavenly venerate the heavenly veneran Zimo was with him. In truth, if the Tiger Empyrean had released his bloodline, propped up a world, summoned an Empyrean spirit treasure, and many other methods, he wouldn't have died so quickly were. The entire battle happened in the blink of an eye. Even the three Grand Empyreans present didn't react. Third. The heavenly venerates of the leopard and wolf race cried out tragically and their blood chi surged, supporting a world as they summoned their respective heavenly venerate spirit treasures and charged towards Suzimo. How could the two heavenly venerates dare to hold back when they saw the heavenly venerate die on the spot? Suzimo also witnessed the methods of heavenly venerates. Physical body, bloodline, and heavenly venerate spirit treasures. These were all reflected in the various major realms. The greatest difference between heavenly venerates and other realms was the world behind them. The Tao manifestation realm was to condense a Tao seal in a world. The Tao comprehension realm was to use the Tao seal as the center to spread the great Tao throughout the world. As one's comprehension of the great Tao deepened, the traces of the great Tao would gradually fill the world, resonating and fusing with one's own world. Until they completely fused into one, and the Tao world became one. For example, the Hell Path, the Azura Path, and the Beast Path formed their own worlds because they had already reached the Tao comprehending realm. The Tao was the world, and the world was the Tao. In the Tao comprehension realm, the great Tao resonated with the world, giving birth to many avatars. These were the so-called Great Tao avatars. Through these Great Tao avatars, one could easily determine what Great Tao the other party cultivated. The might of the Great Tao avatars was boundless, far from what the world of supremacies could compare to. Suzimo focused his gaze. In the wolf heavenly venerates world, a pack of wolves roared as they surrounded him. Countless pairs of ferocious wolf eyes stared at Suzimo. The wolf pack avatars followed behind the wolf heavenly venerate. Their killing intent surged and their momentum was unstoppable. And behind the leopard heavenly venerate was an extremely fast leopard fae. It transformed into a series of afterimages that augmented his body, causing the leopard heavenly venerate's speed to skyrocket. The Tao of wolf. The Tao of leopard. The 3,000 great Tao did not mean that there were only 3,000 great Tao in the three realms. Instead, it meant that there were many great Tao and they were difficult to count. Some great Tao used race as their foundation. For example, the Shura Tao and Beast Tao that Su Zimo had seen. There was also the Tao of Wolf and Tao of Leopard in front of him. And some great Tao used weapons and Dharma treasures as their foundation. For example, Sword Tao, Spear Tao. There were also some that used all things in the world as their foundation. The sun, moon, stars, frost, rain, and snow could all enter the Tao. There were even some great Tao that used specific Tao techniques as their foundation. For example, the great Tao of the 5 elements, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of karma. For example, the chaos great Tao that Su Zimo cultivated was one of them. The Tao of Wolf contained the bloodline, body, ferocity, brutality, claws, and other sources of power of the wolf race. There were also all the Tao techniques that the wolf race heavenly venerates cultivated in the past. As for the Tao of Leopard, it contained the speed, agility, and other powers of the leopard race. It was all-encompassing and mysterious. It was also because of this that there was the saying that the great Tao was invisible. It could not be touched unless one cultivated to a certain realm. The 2 heavenly venerates released their bloodlines and propped up a world. They summoned their heavenly venerate spirit treasures and manifested great Tao phenomenons. It was clear that they were using their full strength without holding back. Even the myriad beast Great Hall was lifted by the great Tao phenomenons of the 2 heavenly venerates and collapse. The commotion here alarmed the demons and hundreds of thousands of demon beasts gathered here. Against the attacks of the 2 heavenly venerates, Su Zimo stood up. His gaze was like a torch and his aura soared. Just the movement of standing up was enough to contend with the 2 heavenly venerates in terms of aura. Su Zimo let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the 2 heavenly venerates. Fellow Daoist Su, this is, Shu Rui and the others were in disbelief. Without blood, without weapons, and without a world, Su Zimo actually chose to fight the 2 heavenly venerates barehanded. Boom, boom, boom. Su Zimo raised his hands and feet to resist the great Tao phenomenons of the 2 heavenly venerates. Light radiated in all directions and waves of air surged. A deafening explosion erupted. Even when the 2 heavenly venerates spirit treasures smashed down, they were sent flying by Su Zimo's punches and kicks. They could not injure him at all. What a strong physical body. The golden-armored great heavenly venerate watching the battle from the side was shocked. He cultivated the barbarian bull great Tao and his physical body was extremely strong. He had tempered an indestructible golden armor. Even with his current cultivation realm, he might not be able to take on a heavenly venerate spirit treasure with his physical body. However, the situation before him was clearly the combination of the 2 heavenly venerates and their trump cards. Yet, Su Zimo had the upper hand with his physical body. The 2 heavenly venerates were showing signs of retreating. Where did this ruthless person come from? Great heavenly venerate Xian Yang frowned and thought to himself, could he be the successor of some sacred ground? End of chapter. Chapter 3260. Su Zimo defeated all of the wolf avatars. The leopard demon's speed was astonishing, but it still couldn't escape Su Zimo's eyes. The 3 figures fought in the sky above the myriad beast ridge. Su Zimo's aura was monstrous, and the 2 heavenly venerates were suppressed. This was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Although Su Zimo didn't use any spirit treasures, he seemed to be covered in divine weapons. His fingers were like swords, his fists were like hammers, his elbows were like spears, and his legs were like whips. He forced the 2 heavenly venerates back. If this continued, the 2 heavenly venerates would probably be suppressed by Su Zimo. Sigh. Seeing this, Shu Rui sighed in his heart. No wonder fellow Daoist Su is so confident and dares to come here to meet the 4 leaders of the myriad beast ridge. It turns out that he has such combat strength. Unfortunately, Chen Qianhe, Meng Shu, and the others were silent. Although Shu Rui didn't continue, everyone could guess what he was feeling regretful about. Now, Su Zimo seemed to have the upper hand, but there were still 3 grand heavenly venerates who hadn't made a move yet. As long as any one of the grand heavenly venerates made a move, this battle could end early. The tiger race Heavenly Venerate had just been killed by Suzimo, so the jackal race Heavenly Venerate wouldn't let him go. If the situation wasn't good, the jackal race Heavenly Venerate would definitely make a move and kill Suzimo. Today's matter isn't fellow Daoist Su's fault, Chen Qianhe said. Who would have thought that the two grand Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge would come here and that the leader of the Myriad Beast Ridge would break through and become a grand Heavenly Venerate? The battle continued. Although the wolf race and leopard race Heavenly Venerates were at a disadvantage, they didn't panic at all. They knew that as long as they called out, the jackal race Heavenly Venerate would definitely make a move. As for Suzimo, he was even calmer. The main reason why he did not use any other methods but chose to fight the two celestial venerables head-on was because he wanted to test what level the physical strength of the Green Lotus true body had reached after fusing with the Red Lotus of Hellfire. At this point in the battle, he already had an idea. If he continued fighting, he would be able to kill the two Heavenly Venerables with his physical strength alone. But he didn't want to waste any more time. There were still 3 Grand Empyreans watching from the side. He had just noticed that the Grand Empyrean of the Jackal race was eager to attack at any moment. Once the Grand Empyrean of the Jackal race took action, it would be much more difficult to kill the Wolf race and Leopard race Empyreans. He had to kill the Wolf clan and Leopard clan Empyrean exalts as fast as lightning and not give the Jackal clan Grand Empyrean a chance to react. With that thought in mind, Suzimo's aura suddenly changed. He suddenly propped up a world, which was grey and blurry inside. Chaotic world. The chaos world descended, instantly enveloping the bodies of the Wolf clan and Leopard clan's 2 Empyreans. This world seemed very ordinary. There were no anomalies, no power, no light, no darkness, and no time. But after it descended, the great Tao phenomenons of the Wolf and Leopard race Empyreans let out sorrowful cries and instantly collapse. The world of the 2 Empyreans was also absorbed into Suzimo's chaos world, turning into chaos. There were too many things fused in this chaos world. Suzimo's past cultivation of Tao and laws, phenomenons, Dharma idols, grotto heavens, divine abilities, secret techniques, everything was inside. The ultimate destination of all things was chaos. The disappearance of the 2 worlds meant that the Wolf and Leopard Empyreans were exposed to Suzimo's chaos world. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The Jackal race Grand Empyrean's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. The situation of the battle had taken a turn for the worse. It was already too late for him to rush up and save them. Seeing that the lives of the Wolf and Leopard race Empyreans were hanging by a thread, the Jackal race Grand Empyrean could only erupt with an Essence Soul Dao Seal and attack Suzimo. This was the fastest killing method, and it arrived in an instant. An attack aimed at the Essence Soul was enough to instantly kill a 3rd transformation Dao manifestation supremacy. It's over. This thought flashed through the minds of everyone in the Chaos Palace when they saw this scene. Some people couldn't bear to watch and lowered their heads. In the face of the Jackal race Grand Empyrean's attack, Suzimo's expression didn't change. He also released an Essence Soul Dao Seal. Suzimo had once mastered several Essence Soul mystic techniques. However, at his cultivation realm, these Essence Soul mystic techniques couldn't reach the Dao level and couldn't be of much use. Only by fusing these Essence Soul mystic techniques into the chaos and forming a Chaos Essence Soul Dao Seal could they unleash great power. Oh! The Jackal race Grand Empyrean's expression changed greatly. This person's Essence Soul, the level of a Grand Empyrean. Great Empyrean Xian Yang also felt the terror of Suzimo's Essence Soul Dao Seal. He had a grave expression as he softly muttered. A 3rd transformation Dao manifestation supremacy actually cultivated the Essence Soul of a Grand Empyrean? The golden-armored Great Empyrean gasped. Before the 2 of them finished speaking, the 2 Essence Soul Dao Seals had already collided. It was silent, but it caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The space of the Great Thousand Realms was extremely sturdy. However, the collision of Suzimo's Essence Soul with the Jackal race Grand Empyrean could shake the void. Oh! The Jackal race Grand Empyrean was about to step forward when his expression changed drastically and he grunted. Great Empyrean Shen Yang and the golden-armored Great Empyrean's hearts trembled. In this collision of essence soul Dao seals, the Jackal race Grand Empyrean was at a disadvantage. He must have just broken through and his cultivation realm is unstable. It's difficult for him to unleash the true power of a Grand Empyrean. The golden-armored Great Empyrean whispered. Great Empyrean Shen Yang remained silent. He vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. In fact, that was indeed the case. The Jackal race Grand Empyrean could clearly feel that his essence soul was being burned by a kind of fire power. It was extremely painful. Although it didn't hurt his foundation, it still made him break out in a cold sweat. You can't save the people I want to kill. Su Zimo glanced at the Jackal race Grand Empyrean. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Chaos World descended and enveloped the Wolf race and Leopard race Grand Empyrean. Within the chaos, the two Grand Empyreans let out miserable screams before they fell silent. Their flesh and blood turned into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts in the myriad beast ridge witnessed this tragic scene. The two high and mighty leaders had been directly suppressed by an outsider in front of the Jackal race Grand Empyrean. Not even their bones remained. What kind of power was this? Everyone in the Primal Chaos Palace was stunned when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. Even a Grand Empyrean couldn't stop Su Zimo. Good move. Mengsha couldn't help but shout. His eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to become restless. This group of demonic beasts was cruel and bloodthirsty. Who knew how many living beings had been slaughtered by them? Mengsha had long hated this group of demonic beasts to the bone. When he saw this scene, he only felt incomparably delighted. Shu Rui also subconsciously clenched his fists and did his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. He said, "Fellow Daoist Su is decisive and doesn't leave any leeway. He wants to protect us. If he is entangled by the Jackal race Grand Empyrean and the Wolf race Grand Empyrean and the Leopard race Grand Empyrean escape, I'm afraid he will kill us to vent his anger." Everyone in the Primal Chaos Palace nodded. Now that Su Zimo had killed 3 Grand Empyreans of the Myriad Beast Ridge, all the anger of the Jackal race Grand Empyrean would be poured onto Su Zimo. End of this chapter. Chapter 3261. The Jackal race Grand Empyrean watched as the Wolf race Grand Empyrean and the Leopard race Grand Empyrean were killed by Su Zimo without being able to stop it. The anger and killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. 3 of the 4 leaders of the Myriad Beast Ridge were dead. "Ant, I want you to pay with your life." The Jackal race Grand Empyrean's blood essence surged, supporting a world and manifesting a great Dao phenomenon. In his world, the traces of Dao covered a wider and denser area. The great Dao and the world had mostly fused. This was the state of greater mastery of the Dao comprehending realm. Boom! The two worlds collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. Su Zimo's world kept shaking as if it could not hold on. But soon, a beam of light bloomed in his chaos world. A green lotus soared into the sky, breaking through the layers of chaos and swaying. The chaos great Dao. Seeing this, the golden-armored Grand Empyrean exclaimed. No wonder he could suppress 2 Grand Empyreans in a supremacy's world. Grand Empyrean Black Goat muttered softly. The Chaos Great Dao was the most powerful of the 3,000 Great Daos and also the most difficult to cultivate. In all these years, almost no one had tried to cultivate this Great Dao. Even if there were people who cultivated this Great Dao, they were unknown. If the Great Dao was invisible and untouchable, then the Chaos Great Dao was even more difficult. The Grand Dao of Primal Chaos was even more difficult to touch, understand, and comprehend. Among the 3,000 Great Daos, the Jackal Dao could be comprehended as long as one cultivated it to a certain level. Moreover, due to bloodline, soul, memories, and various other reasons, it was easier to comprehend and feel more vividly. For the Sword Dao, many sword cultivators could comprehend the Great Dao through sword techniques, Sword Dao manuals, sword intent, and sword heart. For the Water Dao, there were rivers, lakes, seas, ice, snow, and rain to help cultivators comprehend it. Whether it was the sun, moon, stars, or mountains and rivers, there were always some references. However, the Chaos Great Tao did not have any reference objects or methods of comparison. The universe had evolved to this day and had long broken away from its chaotic state. Although the Chaos Great Tao was powerful, if one could not comprehend it, their realm would stagnate and they would regret it for life. The golden-armored Grand Empyrean said, "This person's ambition is not small. He actually chose to cultivate the Chaos Great Tao." Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yang sneered. "Let's not talk about how far this person can go on the Great Tao of Chaos. Even if he's extremely talented, he'll only be able to reach the Tao manipulation realm in his lifetime. There's absolutely no chance of him becoming a saint." "Why is that?" Golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate asked. Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yang said in a low voice, "I once heard a Tao Venerate mention that the stronger the Great Tao, the more dangerous it will be during the Tao integration. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses who couldn't withstand the backlash of the Great Tao during their Tao integration and died. And how many monstrous geniuses have stopped at the Tao control realm, not daring to take that final step in their entire life?" The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate nodded. With his level of cultivation, he hadn't come into contact with much information about the Tao manipulation realm. As for the Saint realm, he knew even less. In fact, the reason why Su Zimo could cultivate the Great Tao of Chaos to this level was because of the fusion of the Qinglian of creation and the Red Lotus of karmic fire, as well as the inherited memories that the two lotuses gave him. It's actually the Great Tao of Chaos. No wonder fellow Daoist Su once said that he was fated with the Chaos Palace. Shu Rui and the others looked at each other and recalled what Su Zimo had said when they brought him back. The battle was still ongoing, and the scene in the air shocked the myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates. A Tao Manifestation Venerate was fighting head-on with a Great Heavenly Venerate at the peak of the Tao Comprehension Realm, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. Not only that, but because the Great Heavenly Venerate of the Jackal race had just broken through and his origin soul was affected by Su Zimo's origin soul Tao seal, his combat strength had decreased. After the two fought for a while, Su Zimo firmly held the upper hand. His attacks were like a storm, completely suppressing the Great Heavenly Venerate of the Jackal race. It was only now that the people of the Chaos Palace realized why Su Zimo dared to come to the Myriad Beast Ridge. Why he was so calm and composed in the Myriad Beast Great Hall. Why he could sit still when facing Heavenly Venerates and even Great Heavenly Venerates. His greatest confidence was that he had the strength to contend with Great Heavenly Venerates. Even so, the hearts of the people of the Chaos Palace were still hanging high. It had to be said that there were still two Great Heavenly Venerates standing on the side. Once these two Great Heavenly Venerates made a move, they would definitely change the situation of the battle. Moreover, there were still hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts gathered around the Myriad Beast Ridge. It was only because the demonic beasts were attracted by the battle that they didn't do anything else. If the Jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate gave the order and the demonic beasts swarmed forward, they wouldn't even need to use any methods to trample all 3,000 of them into meat pace. In truth, Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yang and Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor had also been secretly communicating. With the current situation, the two of them didn't need to rush into action. They could let Su Zimo and the Jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate fight each other. It would be best if both sides were seriously injured and they could reap the benefits. Even if one of them won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. With their combat strength, they could easily suppress him if they worked together. Shen Yang, Golden Armor, are the two of you just going to stand by and watch? The Jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate felt more and more pressure as he faced Su Zimo, who was getting fiercer and fiercer. He couldn't hold on any longer and shouted. Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yang smiled but didn't say anything. He secretly thought, right now, we just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Then we can annex the Myriad Beast Ridge without shedding a drop of blood. Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor also chuckled and had no intention of making a move. Just as the Jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate spoke, his aura fluctuated and the world behind him shook. He was almost defeated by Su Zimo. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate realized that if the battle continued, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Thinking quickly, the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate made a decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "I beg the two Great Heavenly Venerates to save me. From now on, I will follow the two Great Heavenly Venerates and never betray you." When the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate said this, it meant that he had chosen to submit to the Black Goat Ridge. There was no way he could go back on his word in front of so many people. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang and Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor looked at each other, somewhat tempted. If they could subdue a Great Heavenly Venerate, it would naturally be beneficial for the Black Goat Ridge. Moreover, this was a life-saving grace. From now on, the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate would owe them a life. To make the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate willingly submit to them had already achieved their goal. Thinking about this, the two secretly nodded. They exchanged glances and attacked at the same time. Two Origin Soul Daoist seals shot toward Suzimo. It was too easy for the two of them to stop the battle before them. Suzimo had just released his Origin Soul Daoist seal and had fought a few battles. The power of his Origin Soul most likely wouldn't be able to condense a Origin Soul Daoist seal to block their attacks. Even if Suzimo was in peak condition, it would be difficult for his Origin Soul Daoist seal to fight against the two of them. Seeing this, Shu Rui and company's hearts sank. The situation they were most worried about had still happened. Three Great Heavenly Venerates had attacked at the same time. End of this chapter. Chapter 3262. Shu Rui and the other two were anxious, but they were powerless in the face of this scene. They were simply too weak. Not to mention helping Suzimo, just the energy from the battle between the jackal race's Grand Empyrean and Suzimo was enough to overturn the three of them. They couldn't even get close. Meng Shi clenched his fists as he suppressed the anger in his heart. He suddenly shouted, "The Grand Empyrean is so shameless. He can't beat fellow Daoist Su in a one-on-one fight," so he launched a sneak attack. Shu Rui and Chen Qianhe were shocked by Meng Shi's words. Originally, no one had paid attention to them. However, Meng Shi's words would definitely attract the attention of others. The two of them believed that Meng Shi was also aware of this. The moment Meng Shi opened his mouth to curse, he had already disregarded life and death. The three of them had known each other for many years. Shu Rui and Chen Qianhe both knew Meng Shi's character. He was straightforward and sometimes spoke harshly, but in his heart, he valued friendship. If not for this, he wouldn't have stayed in the Primal Chaos Palace until now. Aside from having a trace of hope for the Primal Chaos Palace, he was more unwilling to leave Shu Rui and Chen Qianhe and was willing to continue walking with them. At this moment, Meng Shi stood out to mock the Grand Empyreans even if he didn't care about his life. He had already decided on Suzimo. Meng Shi couldn't think of any way to help Suzimo. However, he knew that he couldn't just watch Suzimo fight for them and the Primal Chaos Palace alone. He had to do something. However, he was weak, so what could he do? He could only repay him with his life. Ha 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 ha. Meng Shi laughed out loud with a face full of mockery. He pointed at the two Grand Empyreans and shouted, "Grand Empyreans are so shameless. How embarrassing. If you know that you can't beat fellow Daoist Su, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times to ask fellow Daoist Su to spare your lives." Meng Shi didn't hold back and scolded without restraint. Grand Empyrean Shenyang and Grand Empyrean Golden Armor had serious expressions. They acted as if they didn't hear anything and didn't even care about Meng Shi. It wasn't that the two of them didn't want to make a move. Instead, the scene just now had caused a trace of fear to emerge in both of their hearts. Their Essence Spirit Dao seals had clearly struck Suzimo. However, the latter did not seem to notice it at all, as though he was not injured at all. This soul core attack was like a stone ox that fell into the sea, and it vanished without a trace within Suzimo's body. How could this be? Both Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang and Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor were shocked. Even though he was annoyed by Meng Shi's scolding, he wasn't in the mood to bother with him. Naturally, the two of them did not know that it was indeed very difficult for Suzimo's primordial spirit to condense a Dao seal and fight against the two of them. However, His essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform and spewed out endless green light, forming an indestructible barrier. This creation lotus platform was a top-notch numinous treasure to begin with. As Su Zimo's cultivation level increased, the defense of the lotus platform of creation also increased. Their essence spirit Dao seals could not even break through the defense formed by the creation lotus platform, so they naturally could not harm Su Zimo's essence spirit at all. During this time, Su Zimo's attacks became even fiercer. A crack had already appeared in the world of the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate. It could collapse at any moment. Hearing Meng She's scolding, Great Heavenly Venerate's Shen Yang and Great Heavenly Venerate's golden armor had no time to pay attention to him. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate was extremely sullen from being beaten up by Su Zimo. He was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Meng She's noisy voice rang out, finally letting him find a place to vent. Myriad beast mountain range monsters, listen to my order. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate suddenly screamed, kill everyone in the primal chaos palace for me. This really pushed the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate to the extreme. This order could first make Meng She shut up. Second, it was the method the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate had thought of to break out of this situation. If Su Zimo cared about the 3,000 people in the primal chaos palace, he could only go back and save them. This would give the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate a chance to breathe and escape. Once he adjusted his breathing and joined forces with Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yang and Great Heavenly Venerate Golden Armor, they could kill their way back. Meng She's shouts didn't stop. From the moment he opened his mouth, he had already thought of his own ending. Fellow Daoist Su, don't worry about us. Just kill that wolf and we brothers can die in peace. Meng She loudly shouted. The monsters of the Myriad Beast mountain range became restless under the command of the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate. They stared at the people of the primal chaos palace with fierce gazes. Just at this moment, Su Zimo suddenly let out a roar and his voice was like thunder. Whoever dares to act rashly will end up like this. Before he finished speaking, Su Zimo's eyes suddenly changed. His left eye was pitch black and his right eye was pure white. Two rays of divine light shot out and intertwined in the air to form a yin and yang divine diagram that suppressed down. Boom! The world of the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate instantly collapsed. The Taiji divine diagram originated from the Tao of yin and yang. Normally speaking, Su Zimo hadn't comprehended it to the level of Tao, so he couldn't shake the world of the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate. The reason for the eruption of such power was mostly because of the two divine stones in Su Zimo's eyes, the torch illumination and serene glow. After ascending to the greater thousand world, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the two divine stones, illumination and nether glow, were gradually transforming. These two godstones were actually growing as his cultivation base increased. He didn't even need to consciously activate them. The two divine stones could cultivate on their own and absorb the Genesis Chi around the Great Thousand World. To be more precise, the cultivation of these two divine stones wasn't weaker than his. It was because of this that the Taiji divine diagram was able to destroy the world of the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate. After losing the protection of the world, Su Zimo broke through the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate's defenses with one punch. His palm descended from the sky and slammed into the top of the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate's head. After being forced into close combat, how could the jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate be Su Zimo's match? His head was crushed by Su Zimo's palm almost instantly. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate's Yuan spirit was destroyed and his headless corpse powerlessly fell from the sky. The entire process seemed slow, but it actually happened in an instant. This was the fate of anyone who dared to act rashly. The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate's corpse fell at almost the same time as the last word of the sentence. Plop! The jackal race Great Heavenly Venerate's corpse fell into the ruins of the Thousand Beast Great Hall, kicking up endless dust. It was like a heavy blow to the hearts of the Thousand Beast Great Army. The bodies of the beast horde uncontrollably trembled. Dead. The four leaders of the Thousand Beast Ridge, 3 Heavenly Venerates and 1 Great Heavenly Venerate, had all been killed by the azure-robed man in the air. Moreover, he had killed them with his bare hands. The hundreds of thousands of beast horde that were originally raring to go and filled with killing intent instantly quieted down. The beast horde was completely silent as they looked at the godlike figure in the air. Their faces were filled with fear and they were as silent as cicadas in winter. Who dared to act rashly? Many thanks to Qiangu Hongmeng for the 15,000 book coins tip. Many thanks to Shangguan Yulin, Daxishui, and the other book friends for the tips. Recently, my condition has been very hot. When Yu has been on the verge of peeing and can't be stopped. Good night everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 3263. This scene intimidated the group of demonic beasts. No one dared to act rashly. Even the people of the Chaos Palace were shocked and in disbelief. It was one thing to kill 2 heavenly venerates, but now, even a Grand Empyrean had been suppressed by Suzimo and died on the spot. When the demonic beasts surged forward, everyone thought that they were going to die today. Now, the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts were all trembling. No one dared to take a step forward. Although today's matter had yet to come to an end, the myriad beast ridge only existed in name now. Grand Empyrean Shen Yang and Grand Empyrean Golden Armor also frowned. The development of the situation seemed to be somewhat out of their control. However, the myriad beast ridge was leaderless and had 9 source minds. They were unwilling to turn around and leave. Thinking of this, Grand Empyrean Golden Armor roared and circulated his blood chi to attack Suzimo. Grand Empyrean Shen Yang also raised a world and didn't dare to hold back. He summoned his great Tao phenomenon and charged over from the side. No matter what, Suzimo had just fought a series of battles and had expended a lot of energy. Now was the best opportunity. If they waited for him to recuperate and recover, the two of them might not be able to gain an advantage even if they joined forces again. However, the two of them didn't know that Suzimo had Qinglian's true body and hadn't even used his blood chi in the series of battles. At most, it could only be considered a warm-up. He wanted to test the strength of the 3 heavenly venerates and 1 Grand Empyrean and compare it with his own combat strength. In the series of battles just now, Suzimo was almost unaffected except for the power of his origin spirit being consumed. After circulating his bloodline once, he had recovered to his original state. In terms of endurance, even Wu Dao's true body couldn't compare to his Qinglian's true body. Facing the attacks of the 2 Grand Empyreans, Suzimo didn't retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to meet them. He used his chaos world to contend with the great Tao phenomenons of the 2 Grand Empyreans. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shadows crossed in the air. The collision between the worlds was deafening, causing the earth to shake and the clouds to change color. After fighting for a while, Grand Empyreans Shen Yang and Golden Armor became more alarmed. No matter how the two of them cooperated and launched fierce attacks, it was difficult to suppress Suzimo's momentum. On the contrary, Suzimo became more and more courageous the more he fought. Every punch and kick contained a shocking amount of divine power. His breath was long and continuous, and his stamina was bottomless. It was as if there was no end to it. This person didn't have any divine weapons or spirit treasures. He was just using his bare hands to deal with their attacks. Even so, the two of them were unable to seriously injure him. When their Empyrean spirit treasures struck this person's fist, they only lightly scratched his skin. This kind of superficial wound could be healed in an instant and would not affect him in the slightest. Fortunately, this person is a human with an ordinary bloodline. The golden-armored great heavenly venerate secretly rejoiced. In his opinion, the only explanation for Suzimo not releasing his chi and blood was that his bloodline was too ordinary. Even if he released it, it would not increase his combat strength. Moreover, the human race was naturally weak and was at the bottom of the 10,000 races. This was something that everyone knew. Merely, I wonder how that man managed to cultivate his physical body to such a level. It's actually so powerful. The golden-armored great heavenly venerate thought to himself, could it be a transformation brought about by cultivating the Chaos Tao and condensing the Chaos Tao seal? Beside him, great heavenly venerate Shen Yang had another thought. Fortunately, this person comes from the Chaos Palace and doesn't have any suitable weapons. Great Heavenly Venerate Xian Yang secretly felt lucky. If he had a divine weapon, I'm afraid that even if the two of us joined forces, we wouldn't be able to stop him. The two of them couldn't defeat Su Zimo after attacking for a long time and gradually wanted to retreat. If they continued fighting like this, even if Su Zimo didn't suppress them, they would die of exhaustion. Retreat. The two of them exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's intentions. Boom. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time and pushed their chi and blood to the limit. They once again clashed head-on with Su Zimo and used the momentum to retreat and widen the distance between them. The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate laughed loudly and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, you're really good. I've learned a lot today. The Myriad Beast Ridge belongs to you. We'll meet again in the future." Seeing this, everyone from the Chaos Palace was invigorated and overjoyed. The two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge had chosen to leave. This meant that the Chaos Palace would take over the Myriad Beast Ridge and become the biggest winner. The 9 source mines of the Myriad Beast Ridge would all belong to them. Before this, the people of the Chaos Palace had been wandering all over the place and living in a state of constant fear. They didn't even dare to think about such an outcome. Shu Rui and the other two looked at each other, all excited. Chen Qianha's eyes were even a little red. The most important decision they had made in their lives was to bring Su Zimo back from the Immortal Ascension altar. When the Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates saw that the two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge were leaving this place, they didn't dare to stay any longer and started to flee in all directions. No one knew what kind of temperament Su Zimo, who had taken over the Myriad Beast Ridge, had. However, after seeing how decisive he was and how he killed the 4 leaders of the Myriad Beast Ridge, the Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates didn't dare to continue staying in the Myriad Beast Ridge. Furthermore, the Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates didn't want to submit to a human, much less be suppressed by a bunch of plant life forms. "Who allowed you to leave?" Just at this moment, a voice came from the sky. The fleeing Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates trembled in fear. Some of the Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates went soft and almost fell to the ground. The Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates all turned around and saw the figure in the sky looking at the two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge. Only then did they realize that those words weren't directed at them. The Myriad Beast Ridge's Great Heavenly Venerates didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically fled into the distance. The people of the Chaos Palace were shocked when they heard this. The two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge already wanted to leave, but it seemed like Su Zimo didn't want them to leave so easily. Fellow Daoist Su is too domineering. Chen Qianhe still wasn't used to it. All these years, they had been bullied and chased by many factions. When had they ever been so unyielding? "I quite like it." Mengsha chuckled and rubbed his palms together. His eyes were filled with excitement. Shu Rui's expression was calm as he said, "Although that's the case, if the two Great Heavenly Venerates are determined to leave, it will be difficult for fellow Daoist Su to stop them." The battle between the 3 of them just now was witnessed by everyone. The two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge might not be able to suppress Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo didn't seem to have the absolute upper hand. "What? You want to stop us by yourself?" Great Heavenly Venerate Xian Yang was shocked when he heard this. He thought that Su Zimo had some helpers lying in ambush, so he probed. "It's enough," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Humph." Great Heavenly Venerate Xian Yang's skinny face instantly darkened as he slowly said, "Su Zimo, since you want a yard after taking an inch, don't blame us for being ruthless in the future." If it was just Su Zimo alone, Great Heavenly Venerate Xian Yang was certain that he wouldn't be able to stop the two of them. After saying that, the two of them turned and left. At that moment, Su Zimo's divine sense moved, and 2 sword lights broke through the chaos in the world and arrived beside him. End of this chapter. Chapter 3264. One of the swords was covered in azure light and emitted a chilling aura. It was the Endless Pain sword formed by the fusion of the Qinglian sword and the Avicii Great Hell. The other sword was dark red, as if it was soaked in blood and burning with flames. It was filled with killing intent that shook one's soul. It was the Netherworld sword formed by the fusion of the Red Lotus sword and the Netherworld Sea of Blood. The moment these two swords appeared, they attracted countless gazes. But soon, everyone lowered their heads and closed their eyes. With just one glance, everyone felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. It was as if their minds were about to be taken away, and they trembled with fear. The two Grand Empyreans, Shen Yang and Golden Armor, looked back and sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. The two of them could smell an extremely dangerous aura from those two swords. The two of them originally wanted to retreat. But after seeing the Endless Pain sword and the Netherworld sword, their movement techniques soared. They completely disregarded their status and dignity and fled for their lives. After the battle just now, Su Zimo already had a rough understanding of his own combat strength. If he wanted to keep the two Grand Empyreans here, he should be able to release his blood essence and bloodline phenomenon. However, he had just ascended to the Great Thousand World and didn't understand the situation of the Great Thousand World. The surrounding environment was also unclear, so it wasn't good to expose the Qinglian bloodline too early. In the battle just now, he did not even use the Tai Horsetail Whisk, the Three Treasures Jade Rui Scepter, or the Red Lotus of Hellfire that he had obtained after merging with the Red Lotus of Hellfire, which could expose his Green Lotus true body. The Endless Pain sword and the Netherworld sword had changed their auras after being reforged, so others couldn't recognize them. He hadn't used these two swords since obtaining them. Su Zimo also wanted to test the power of these two swords. Go! Looking at the backs of Shen Yang and Golden Armor, the two Grand Heavenly Venerates, who were fleeing, Su Zimo pointed forward and shouted. Whoosh! The two swords turned into two streaks of sword light, one green and one red. They instantly disappeared and chased after the two Grand Empyreans. Their speed was astonishing. The two Grand Empyreans were clearly one step ahead and had already fled thousands of miles away, but the Endless Pain sword and Netherworld sword had already closed in on them in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. When the golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate saw that he couldn't dodge, he hurriedly propped up a world and manifested a great Tao phenomenon. He spurred his blood energy and his body bloomed with golden light, covering him in a thick layer of golden armor. At the same time, he held his long saber and slashed at the Avsi sword that was thrusting towards him. Clang! The Avsi sword did not even try to block it, but when his long saber landed on the tip of the Avsi sword, it broke into two. Puff! Puff! The Infinite Pain sword pierced straight in. The numerous great Tao phenomena were like paper before the edge of the Avsi sword, and all of them were pierced through. Even the golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate's world couldn't stop the sharpness of the Avsi sword. The black-robed man had once told Su Zimo that the sharpness of the Avsi sword was the best. Now that he had seen him, he was indeed worthy of this evaluation. The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate was horrified. He could only watch helplessly as the Avsi sword pierced his chest. In front of this long sword, all of his methods seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Fear and despair. However, at the same time, the golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate rejoiced. It seemed like Su Zimo didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, this sword wouldn't have pierced his chest. Instead, it would have pierced his head and destroyed his origin spirit. Just as he had this thought, the Avsi sword instantly pierced through the thick, golden armor on his chest and came out of his body, bringing with it a stream of blood. The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate shuddered and his expression stiffened. Then, his eyes dimmed rapidly and he lost all signs of life. A Great Heavenly Venerate had his chest pierced by the Avsi sword and died on the spot. Su Zimo frowned secretly when he noticed this. The golden-armored Great Heavenly Venerate had guessed correctly. He really hadn't planned on killing the two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge. After stepping into the Myriad Beast Ridge and seeing the forest of bones and blood-stained ground, he had no intention of letting the four leaders of this place off. However, his intention was to subdue the two Great Heavenly Venerates of the Black Goat Ridge and use them for himself. Or rather, to be used by the Primal Chaos Palace. The Primal Chaos Palace only had a little over 3,000 people. Aside from him, there were only 3 supremacies. Their strength was too weak and their foundation was too weak. Even if they occupied the Myriad Beast Ridge and the Black Goat Ridge, they might not be able to guard the dozen or so source mines of the two factions. If he could subdue the two great heavenly venerates, it would be equivalent to controlling the Black Goat Ridge. At the very least, it would help the Primal Chaos Palace gain a foothold here. Therefore, Suzimo had only pierced the golden-armored great heavenly venerate's chest. He wanted to spare his life and teach him a lesson to subdue him. However, Suzimo had still underestimated the terror of the Avsi sword. The Avsi sword had fused with the Avsi Hell and pierced the golden-armored great heavenly venerate. Although it wasn't fatal, the Avsi Hell within the sword had directly swallowed the golden-armored great heavenly venerate's origin spirit and dragged it into the Avsi Hell. It had to be said that the Avsi Hell had fused with the Qinglian sword and its power had increased greatly after being recast. Back then, the primordial spirit of the Flame Sky Emperor and the Lord of Hell had been imprisoned in the Avicii Hell. They hadn't died because they had reached the Saint Realm and could live forever. However, how could the origin spirit of the golden-armored great heavenly venerate have such power? After being devoured by the Avicii Great Hell, they were instantly killed by the power within, their souls scattered. Sensing this change, Suzimo hurriedly looked to the other side. Under the sharpness of the Netherworld sword, great heavenly venerate Xianyang's many techniques simply couldn't withstand it and were easily defeated. Suzimo quickly controlled the Netherworld sword. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce through Grand Empyrean Xianyang's chest, it suddenly stopped. Great Empyrean Xianyang's face was deathly pale as he looked down at the blood-colored sword in front of his chest. His scalp tingled, and he was so frightened that his liver and guts were about to burst. The Netherworld sword stopped and the sword chi only cut through his clothes. On his chest, there was a small wound, but it was not fatal. Just as Great Empyrean Xianyang was about to let out a sigh of relief, his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with shock. An incomparably terrifying killing intent passed through the small wound on his chest and rushed into his sea of consciousness, strangling his origin spirit. Great Empyrean Xianyang's origin spirit was extinguished. His head tilted and he died on the spot. Two great Empyreans had died without a single exception. Suzimo looked at this scene in a daze as he recalled the black-robed man's words. The Netherworld sword, number one in killing. He never thought that just a small wound would take great Empyrean Xianyang's life. This was indeed the number one in killing. When Shu Rui and the other two saw this scene, they were first stunned before they burst into cheers. Who would have thought that two great Empyreans would be killed so easily and cleanly by Suzimo? The three of them had excited expressions as they ran to Suzimo's side. Just as they were about to speak, Suzimo sighed softly and muttered, "Sigh, I failed, The three of them opened their mouths wide and widened their eyes as they looked at the vexed Suzimo. Their minds were in chaos and they were speechless. End of chapter. Chapter 3265. Shu Rui and the other two were stunned. What did he mean by failed? How were they supposed to respond? The three of them wanted to celebrate, but Suzimo seemed to be regretful. Suzimo recalled the Avicii and Netherworld swords with a thought. These two swords are too powerful. I have to be careful in the future. Suzimo thought to himself. Moreover, when he summoned the Avicii and Netherworld swords, they seemed to be excited and even showed signs of being out of his control. If not for that, the Netherworld sword might not have been able to pierce great heavenly venerate Black Goat's skin. Fellow Daoist Su, you don't seem to want to kill those two great heavenly venerates. Chen Qianhe probed. Suzimo nodded and did not hide anything. My original intention was to subdue them and use them to control the Black Goat Ridge for the Chaos Palace's use. From the looks of it now, with their deaths, the Dark Goat Ridge may be in a state of chaos. It will be difficult to occupy the Dark Goat Ridge. With his battle strength, he could naturally dominate the Black Goat Ridge. However, the Chaos Palace only had around 3,000 people, and most of them were weak. Even if they occupied the Black Goat Ridge, they would not be able to defend such a large territory. Su Zimo's main goal after ascending to the Great Thousand World was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible and strengthen himself. He could not fight for source ores with the Great Thousand World's demons. Fellow Daoist Su, even if you spared the lives of the two great heavenly venerates, they would not submit willingly. Shu Rui said in a low voice, for more than 6 billion years, the powerhouses of the various races have been domineering in the southeastern territory. How could they be willing to submit to others? If we keep them by our side, they might betray us at any time and become a huge hidden danger. Chen Qianhe nodded and said, "You have already killed the 4 leaders of the 10,000 Beast Ridge, but the other beasts did not choose to stay. Instead, they scattered. They don't agree with us from the bottom of their hearts." Meng Shi was even more extreme as he said hatefully, "Over the years, the various races have committed many crimes in the southeastern territory. Their crimes are unforgivable. It's better to kill them." Su Zimo was silent. It seemed that even if he left these monster beasts behind, it would be difficult for them to get along with the people of the Primal Chaos Palace. In the future, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Thinking up to this point, Su Zimo had no intention of stopping the demonic beasts that were fleeing in all directions. He saw a person mixed in with the crowd of demons, trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, he could not let him leave. Su Zimo shifted his gaze onto the fleeing cultivator. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the cultivator across space before tossing him to the ground. This person's face was pale and filled with fear. He was Pan Mu, who had betrayed Primal Chaos Palace. It wasn't until the 10,000 Beast Ridge and the Black Goat Ridge's Grand Empyreans and Grand Empyreans had died that he finally understood why Su Zimo had brought him to the 10,000 Beast Ridge and even threatened to kill him. Traitor! Meng Shi spat and cursed. Su Zimo looked at Shu Rui and asked, "Are there any rules in the Primal Chaos Palace? What kind of punishment do they have for such people?" Although he had saved the people of the Primal Chaos Palace and his combat strength was the best, he was still not the Primal Chaos Palace master in name. It was best to leave this matter to Shu Rui. Shu Rui cupped his hands and replied, "According to the ancestors, the rules of the Primal Chaos Sacred Land were very loose and benevolent. There were no strict restrictions on the beings of the Primal Chaos Palace and they were free to come and go. Even if the Primal Chaos Sacred Land was in danger and someone chose to leave, the Primal Chaos Sacred Land would not punish them. However, they would not be able to return to the Sacred Land in the future." Su Zimo nodded slightly. It seemed that the Primal Chaos Sacred Land was indeed benevolent. The plant race did not have a strong murderous nature. This was understandable. Even in the Minor Thousand Realms and Middle Thousand Realms, there were not many such loose and benevolent rules. Shu Rui continued, "However, Pan Mu's actions were not just to escape from the Primal Chaos Palace. He joined other forces and turned against the Primal Chaos Palace. This is intolerable. Even if Pan Mu did not want to stay in the Primal Chaos Palace and did not want to advance or retreat with the Primal Chaos Palace, the rules of the Primal Chaos Palace would not punish him. However, he helped an outsider to deal with the Primal Chaos Palace. This touched the bottom line of the Primal Chaos Palace. Just now, in the Myriad Beasts' Great Hall, Pan Mu wanted to borrow the Myriad Beasts Ridge and the Black Goat Ridge to destroy the Primal Chaos Palace. This was an unforgivable crime. "Palace Master, please give the order." At this moment, Shu Rui suddenly turned around and bowed to Su Zimo. Chen Qianhe and Meng Shi also bowed. The 3 of them seemed to have discussed this beforehand. "I just ascended." Su Zimo was slightly stunned. "Palace Master, you saved the Primal Chaos Palace. You are our benefactor. Moreover, you cultivate the Grand Tao of Primal Chaos. You definitely have the qualifications to become the master of the Primal Chaos Palace. Please do not decline," Shu Rui said in a deep voice. Chen Qianhe also said, "Palace Master, just agree and help the Primal Chaos Palace. All these years, the Primal Chaos Palace has never had a true Palace Master. It has been led by us brothers." Meng Shi said, "From today onwards, I, Meng Shi, will only submit to you." Seeing this, the people of the Primal Chaos Palace also bowed to Su Zimo with a trace of anticipation in their eyes. They saw a glimmer of hope in Su Zimo. Perhaps, The glory of the primal chaos sacred land would truly reappear one day. Furthermore, although the current primal chaos palace could take root in the myriad beast ridge, it was impossible to establish a foothold with just 3,000 of them. The only way for the primal chaos palace to survive was to leave Su Zimo behind. All right. On second thought, Su Zimo agreed to it. He had already fused with the creation Qinglian and the red karmic fire lotus. He was already half a chaos Qinglian and was closely related to the primal chaos sacred land. There was no need for him to decline. Apart from him, there was probably no one else who had the qualifications to lead the primal chaos palace. All right. Meng Shi was all smiles and shouted excitedly when he saw Su Zimo agree. All these years, they had never been so happy and elated as they were today. Just a day ago, the primal chaos palace was still lifeless and everyone was gone. But now, every single cultivator of the primal chaos palace was filled with smiles from the bottom of their hearts and exuded vitality. None of this had anything to do with Pan Mu. Pan Mu looked at these familiar faces and the smiles of his old friends. He could not help but recall the days when he cultivated and escaped with everyone. Although those days were tough and dangerous, everyone gathered together and shared joy and sorrow. They advanced and retreated together, guarding the last hope of the primal chaos palace and finding joy in the midst of hardship. Pan Mu suddenly realized that those days and the people in front of him had long been deeply engraved in his mind and occupied an irreplaceable position. Endless regret and guilt rose from the depths of his heart. Originally, I should have been one of you, Pan Mu murmured softly. Before he finished his sentence, Pan Mu's body trembled and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. He looked at Shu Rui and the others and finally revealed a smile as he stammered, "Everyone, take care." Pan Mu fell to the ground and committed suicide. End of chapter. Chapter 3266. Everyone in the Chaos Palace sighed when they saw Pan Mu commit suicide. Shu Rui and the other two buried Pan Mu under the Myriad Beasts Ridge. Then, they cleaned up the battlefield and released all the creatures imprisoned by the Myriad Beasts Ridge. Most of them were plant life forms, and some of them were the weaker races among the 10,000 races. There were tens of thousands of captives in total. After being freed and regaining their freedom, most of them were willing to stay in the Chaos Palace, but a small number chose to leave. The people in the Chaos Palace didn't stop them. However, these prisoners were too weak and couldn't increase the Chaos Palace's strength by much. Although the Myriad Beasts' Great Hall had collapsed and was now in ruins, there were still many palaces and caverns on the Myriad Beasts Ridge. They were far better than the grass huts the Chaos Palace had casually built. These palaces and caverns were more than enough for each person. Shu Rui came to Su Zimo's side and said in a low voice, "Palace Lord, the Myriad Beasts Ridge is extremely large, and the 9 origin mines are scattered all over the place. We don't have enough people right now, and I'm afraid we won't be able to guard so many origin mines." Although Su Zimo was strong, he couldn't split himself up and patrol the 9 origin mines every day. That way, he wouldn't have time to cultivate either. Shu Rui continued, "I suggest we choose to guard 1 origin mine, or at most 2. Even if something unexpected happens, the Palace Lord will be able to take action in time." Chen Qianhe added, "Also, there aren't many experts in the Chaos Palace who need origin stones to cultivate. 2 origin mines are enough. Only after reaching the World Realm or the Dao Manifestation Realm would one begin to use origin stones to cultivate. The Chaos Palace had less than 100 cultivators in these 2 realms. But giving up 7 origin mines is too much of a pity." Meng Shi said with some regret, "Also, the Palace Lord became famous after that battle. There should be more plant creatures coming to join us. As more and more people come, the cultivation resources in 2 origin mines won't be enough." Shu Rui said, "When the Chaos Palace grows stronger, we'll have more emperors and exalts. With the Palace Lord overseeing things, we'll be able to take back those origin mines. There's no need." Su Zimo waved his hand. "Come to my caverns in an hour. I have my own arrangements." In the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, Su Zimo casually found a cave abode. Su Zimo used his divine sense to set up a barrier around him to prevent others from probing. Then, he took out the Tai horsetail whisk and activated the 2 divine stones, candlelight and serene glow. Tai was the brush, and yin and yang were the ink. 6 ding and 6 jur of the book, all gods and ghosts shall disperse. Su Zimo held the Tai horsetail whisk in his hand and wrote 12 mysterious runes in the air, summoning the 12 Liuding gods. The power of the Liuding Liujia god came from the Zhujiao and Yueying godstones. After Su Zimo ascended to the Great Thousand World, the 2 divine stones were also growing and transforming. It was precisely because of this that the Liuding Liujia Shen's strength also increased. They touched the level of the Tao and were comparable to Su Zimo's essence soul realm. This meant that the current Liuding Liujia Shen was comparable to a Grand Empyrean in terms of power. Of course, the Liuding Liujia Shen didn't have an essence soul, flesh, or a world. In terms of actual combat power, they were inferior to a Grand Empyrean. But against an ordinary Empyrean, they had a high chance of winning. To use this secret technique, one had to use the Tai horsetail whisk. There were too many people outside, and now that they were in the Great Thousand World, Su Zimo was worried about being recognized, so he returned to the cave abode and summoned the Liuding Liujia Shen. 1 hour later, Shu Rui's group of 3 came to Su Zimo's cave abode with a trace of doubt. After entering the cave abode, the 3 of them saw Su Zimo sitting in the lotus position. Behind him stood 12 terrifying experts with cold expressions, 6 men and 6 women, and the aura they emitted seemed to have reached the level of a Grand Empyrean. This, Shu Rui's group of 3 was shocked. Where did 12 Grand Empyreans come from? Even the 10,000 Beasts Ridge and the Black Goat Ridge combined didn't have so many Grand Empyreans. Moreover, these 12 Grand Empyreans were expressionless, and their eyes were cold. The 3 of them felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble in fear. The 12 Grand Empyreans stood behind Su Zimo. Their positions were very particular, as if there was some kind of formation that could protect Su Zimo at any time. Palace Master, this is, Shu Rui couldn't help but ask. These 12 people aren't true Grand Empyreans, but they should be enough to deal with Empyrean experts. Su Zimo said, 9 of them will guard the 9 source ores in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. The other 3 will follow you and occupy the 3 source ores in the Black Goat Ridge. Of course, there were more than 3 source ores in the Black Goat Ridge. But so far, with the help of the Liuding Liujia Shen, they could only guard 12 source ores at most. Not to mention, to the Primal Chaos Palace, the biggest source ores were actually Su Zimo himself. Even if the 12 source ores were added together, they were far from Su Zimo's. Shu Rui's group of 3 still hadn't realized this point. The 3 of them saw that the Primal Chaos Palace had another 12 Tao comprehending realm experts. Even if they were only Empyreans, they were still too important to the Primal Chaos Palace. Shu Rui's group of 3 looked at each other, overjoyed. The Liuding Liujia Shen were different from ordinary summoned creatures. These 12 Empyrean gods had a trace of their past memories. In battle, Su Zimo didn't even need to consciously control them. The Liuding Liujia Shen would rely on their memories to fight on their own. Moreover, their cooperation was extremely good. It was the same now. As long as Su Zimo left them with a consciousness to guard the source ores, the 12 Empyrean gods would deal with it on their own. Su Zimo didn't need to bother with them. In this way, Su Zimo could also enter seclusion to cultivate and break through to the Tao comprehending realm. After ascending and releasing all the power he had accumulated in the middle world, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the Tao comprehending realm. Of course, this opportunity could come early or late. In fact, some Tao manifestation sovereigns were unable to comprehend their own great Tao and take this step even after exhausting their lifespan. After the Primal Chaos Palace settled down in the 1000 Beast Ridge, Su Zimo focused his mind and entered his first seclusion since ascending to the Great Thousand World. To him, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation level. Whether it was to lead the Primal Chaos Palace to rise or to find Dai Yu in the future, he needed to be strong enough. If he wasn't strong enough, let alone find Dai Yu, he wouldn't even be able to leave the Huagai continent. The Thousand Beast Ridge was originally filled with corpses and flesh. It was barren and lifeless. In fact, such a cultivation environment wasn't suitable for vegetation. But after Su Zimo took over, endless Genesis Chi gathered towards the Thousand Beast Ridge. The Thousand Beast Ridge was like a giant whirlpool, crazily absorbing the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth. It was like a whale swallowing cows. Everyone in the Primal Chaos Palace had long sensed that the center of the giant whirlpool was Su Zimo's cave dwelling. End of chapter. Chapter 3267. 10 years later. Canopy State. Among the 108 states in the southeastern region, the Five Venoms Palace was the largest faction in the Canopy State. It was also the only first-grade faction in the Canopy State. There were thousands of second-grade factions under the Five Venoms Palace, each dominating a region. As for the third-grade forces, there were countless of them. Only with a Tao-comprehending realm expert could a faction be called a second-grade faction. Among the second-grade factions, there were strong ones and weak ones. Factions like the Myriad Beast Ridge, which originally only had 4 heavenly venerables, could only be considered weak among the second-grade factions. A faction with a supreme heavenly venerate was the true overlord among the second-grade factions. Flood Dragon Island was one of them. The Lord of Flood Dragon Island was from the Flood Dragon race. His body and bloodline were powerful, and he was also at the perfected Tao comprehending realm. He was famous among the supreme heavenly venerables. Countless supreme heavenly venerables had died in his hands, and he rarely lost to anyone of the same level. It was rumored that the Lord of Flood Dragon Island had a mysterious treasure that could devour treasures and restrain powerful enemies. Someone had seen with their own eyes a supreme heavenly venerate suddenly disappear during a battle with the Lord of Flood Dragon Island. That supreme heavenly venerate seemed to have been erased from this world without leaving a trace. Because of that, although Flood Dragon Island only had one supreme heavenly venerate, the other second-grade factions with supreme heavenly venerables were not willing to provoke them. On this day, the Lord of Flood Dragon Island woke up from his seclusion with a trace of irritation between his brows. A Tao-comprehending realm cultivator's lifespan could reach 1 billion years, and he was already 800 million years old. He had stayed in the Tao-comprehending realm for 500 million years. For a Tao-comprehending realm supreme heavenly venerate with a lifespan of 1 billion years, 800 million years was already the beginning of his peak. As time passed and he grew older, all aspects of his body, including his essence, energy, and spirit, would decline. It would also become more and more difficult to break through. If he could not take another step forward and step into the Tao controlling realm, he would probably be stuck at the perfected Tao comprehending realm for the rest of his life. One had to know that once one stepped into the Tao controlling realm, they would have a lifespan of 10 billion years. Compared to the 1 billion years of the Tao comprehending realm, it was 10 times more. The Lord of Flood Dragon Island was indignant. Ever since he had obtained that nameless treasure map back then, he was almost invincible among those of the same realm. However, even after studying this treasure map for many years, he still could not figure it out and did not gain anything. Its only use was to set up traps with the help of this nameless treasure map and kill powerful enemies with a surprise attack. The Flood Dragon Island master arrived at the main hall. At this moment, both sides of the hall were filled with people. The weakest among them was an exalt, while the rest were Empyrean exalts and Grand Empyreans. Congratulations to Royal Father for coming out of seclusion. You'll shine with the sun and the moon, and you'll live forever. In the Jiao Dragon Palace, the descendants of the Jiao Dragon Island Lord were the first to step forward. They knelt down and congratulated him loudly. Congratulations to the Island Master for coming out of seclusion. The sun and the moon shine together, and you will live forever. Soon after, the Supremacies, Empyreans, and Grand Empyreans all knelt on the ground. They were all experts of the Jiao Dragon Island who had come to celebrate the Jiao Dragon Island Lord's 800 million year birthday. Get up. The Lord of Serpent Island nodded slightly and said absent-mindedly, "Is there something on Father's mind?" Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying, the fourth son of Island Lord Jiao Long, stepped forward and asked when he saw that Island Lord Jiao Long had a lot on his mind. Immortality, immortality, heh. The Jiao Dragon Island Lord chuckled and shook his head. It's not that easy to live forever. Father, you are in your prime. You will definitely be able to step into the Tao manipulation realm and become a Tao exalt. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu, the 8th son of the Jiao Dragon Island Lord, quickly said. The Jiao Dragon Island Lord smiled and shook his head without saying anything. He had many sons. His 4th and 8th sons were the most talented and outstanding among the many dragon sons. The two of them had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and the Jiao Dragon Island Lord had turned a blind eye to it. After all, the two of them had to do everything they could to curry favor with him in the end. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu suddenly said, Father, I've heard of something in recent years. Perhaps it's an opportunity given to you by the heavens that can help you enter the Tao manipulation realm. Oh! The Jiao Dragon Island Lord's dragon whiskers moved, showing a hint of interest. In his opinion, he didn't want to miss any opportunity that might allow him to step into the Tao control realm. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu kept him in suspense and asked, Father, have you heard of the Chaos Palace? The Jiao Dragon Island Lord frowned slightly and said, Is the Chaos Palace still around? It's said that when the Chaos Sacred Land was destroyed, it was established by a group of slaves in exile. I thought it was destroyed long ago. Father, you are wise. No matter what the Jiao Dragon Island Lord said, Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu flattered him first before continuing. The Chaos Palace is indeed on the verge of destruction, but 10 years ago, the Chaos Palace gave birth to a palace master. It's said that he's an ascender from a medium-class realm. This new Chaos Palace master first destroyed the Black Rat sect, then killed 3 heavenly venerates, 3 great heavenly venerates, and 2 great heavenly venerates of the Black Goat Ridge. After that battle, the Chaos Palace took over the Myriad Beast Ridge and now occupies 12 source mines. They've become famous in recent years. I've also heard of this. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying also said. Haha. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu said with a mocking expression, What else do you know, 4th brother? Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying remained silent. The Jiao Dragon Island Lord asked, What race is this ascender? What's his cultivation level? Father, you are wise and powerful. You hit the nail on the head. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu praised again. This Chaos Palace Master is a human. His bloodline is ordinary, and his cultivation level is only at the 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Oh! The Jiao Dragon Island Lord heard something strange and asked, A supremacy at the 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm killed 3 heavenly venerates and 3 great heavenly venerates? Yes. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu nodded. Why? The Jiao Dragon Island Lord asked immediately. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu said, As far as I know, this Chaos Palace Master has 2 treasured swords. They're invincible, and even great heavenly venerates can't block them. They're definitely not ordinary. 2 swords. The Jiao Dragon Island Lord muttered softly, feeling slightly disappointed. If it was just a divine weapon, it might not be of much help to him in his breakthrough. However, according to what Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu said, these 2 swords were indeed rare treasures. A Tao manifestation supremacy could kill a great heavenly venerate with them. If it fell into his hands, what kind of power would it unleash? What's the current strength of the Chaos Palace? The Jiao Dragon Island Lord asked. Father, Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu said in a deep voice. I've already investigated. The Chaos Palace currently has 12 great heavenly venerates overseeing it. However, these 12 great heavenly venerates aren't strong enough and aren't much of a threat. The only troublesome one is the Chaos Palace Master. It's said that other great heavenly venerates tried to seize the Chaos Palace's source but failed. Instead, they died in the Chaos Palace. As Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu spoke, he observed the Jiao Dragon Island Lord's expression. Seeing that the latter was interested, he continued, As long as Father permits, I'll lead an army from the island to the Chaos Palace. Today, I'll be able to bring those 2 treasured swords back to Father. End of chapter. Chapter 3268. This is inappropriate. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying suddenly spoke up. What? Fourth brother, are you trying to steal the credit? Great heavenly venerate Long Yu asked with a cold expression. Ha, eighth brother, you misunderstand. Great heavenly venerate Long Ying smiled and looked at the Serpent Island Lord. He bowed and said, there is no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. There is no need for our Serpent Island to mobilize such a large force for a mere primal chaos palace. If word of this gets out, it will damage our Serpent Island's reputation. Secondly, since the primal chaos palace lord's 2 treasured swords can kill great heavenly venerates, eighth brother might not only be injured, but his life might also be in danger. Eighth brother, you and I are both precious and close brothers. I don't want to see you injured. Humph. Great heavenly venerate Long Yu naturally knew that brotherly love was just a passing remark. However, he couldn't refute great heavenly venerate Long Ying's words. Great heavenly venerate Long Yu asked, fourth brother, what do you mean? Do you want father to personally take the treasures of a junior at the Tao manifestation realm? Great heavenly venerate Long Ying smiled. I have a plan that can make the primal chaos palace lord willingly hand over the 2 treasured swords to father without any bloodshed. Oh! The Serpent Island lord also listened attentively. Great heavenly venerate Long Ying continued, we can use father's 800 millionth birthday to invite the leaders of the surrounding forces to come and celebrate. The primal chaos palace lord will naturally be included. There are 3 benefits to this plan. Great heavenly venerate Long Ying smiled. Firstly, if the primal chaos palace lord is a smart person and comes to celebrate after receiving the invitation, we will naturally have countless ways to make him hand over the 2 treasured swords when he arrives at Serpent Island. Secondly, if he doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to come, it will be a great disrespect. Serpent Island will then have a good reason to send troops. Thirdly, when the leaders of the other forces come to celebrate father's birthday, it is impossible for them to come empty-handed. They will definitely prepare generous gifts and even compete with each other. There might be 1 or 2 treasures among these gifts that will help father break through to the Tao manipulation realm. All the powerhouses in the hall nodded in agreement, praising the brilliant plan. Even the Serpent Island Lord was very satisfied. He looked at great heavenly venerate Long Ying with fondness. This plan could be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, he was being considerate of him all the time, which put him in a good mood. Grand Empyrean Long Yu's face was gloomy. Originally, he had been the one to suggest this. However, in the end, great heavenly venerate Long Ying had snatched the credit away with a few words. From the looks of it, Imperial Father obviously agreed with fourth brother's words. Great heavenly venerate Long Yu felt indignant and could not help but sneer. What if the primal chaos palace master comes to celebrate but refuses to hand over the sword? That's not up to him. Great heavenly venerate Long Ying shook his head and said, when the time comes, the leaders of the various factions will be there. As long as we make the necessary arrangements, someone will kill him without us having to do anything. Moreover, with the rise of the primal chaos palace over the years, there must have been some conflicts with the surrounding influences. I can pass down the order for the surrounding forces to keep an eye on the primal chaos palace. If this person doesn't hand over the sword, the other forces will swarm over and raze the primal chaos palace to the ground. In that case, he can only take the initiative to hand over the sword. The Flood Dragon Island Master nodded. His 4th son was indeed quick-witted. He was able to devise strategies and predict all the possible situations that could happen. Great heavenly venerate Long Yu gritted his teeth, but he could not think of any loopholes no matter how hard he tried. He could only remain silent with a sullen face. It should have been his credit, but in the end, it was great heavenly venerate Long Ying's wedding dress. The Flood Dragon Island Master waved his hand and said, let's do as Long Ying said. Pass down the order and send out the invitations. The Myriad Beast Ridge. Over the past 10 years, the Myriad Beast Ridge had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally barren land of blood and mud had become verdant and lush. Large swaths of lush forests had also grown between the mountain ridges. The Blood River had become clear again, and there were even fish and prawns playing in it. It was a scene of life and everything had recovered. All of this was naturally due to the enormous amount of Genesis Chi gathered when Su Zimo's Qinglian true body cultivated. Shu Rui and the others had also vaguely guessed that Su Zimo was not an ordinary human. When they cultivated beside Su Zimo, they could clearly feel that the surrounding Genesis Chi had become denser. Moreover, they felt a kind of reverence for Su Zimo that came from the depths of their souls. This was the sign of bloodline suppression. On this day, a message came from outside the cave dwelling. Su Zimo had awakened from his seclusion. Shu Rui and the other two were outside the door. There must be something important. If not, they would not have interrupted Su Zimo's seclusion. Over the years, the Chaos Palace had been attacked by several major forces. However, after Su Zimo killed 3 great heavenly venerates in succession, the surroundings gradually calmed down. Over the years, although some cultivators had joined the Chaos Palace, they lacked heavenly venerates. The new cultivators who joined were at the venerable stage at most. Under such circumstances, as long as a great heavenly venerate appeared, the 6 Ding and 6 Jiao gods would not be able to stop them. Only Su Zimo could appear. As a result, the 10 years of seclusion were intermittent, and Su Zimo's cultivation did not show any signs of a breakthrough. Furthermore, due to the harassment of the surrounding factions in the past 10 years, Su Zimo would need some time to rush here, and the Chaos Palace had suffered many casualties as well. The Chaos Palace's foundation is still too weak. Su Zimo frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. Currently, the Chaos Palace did not even have a single heavenly venerate expert. This couldn't go on. Not only was everyone in the Chaos Palace in fear every day, but even he could not calm down to cultivate. Palace Master. At this moment, Shu Rui and the other two arrived and called out softly. Su Zimo returned to his senses and temporarily suppressed his thoughts. He asked, "What's the matter?" Shu Rui handed over a red invitation card and said, "Someone from the Serpent Dragon Island just came with an invitation card. They said that it's the Serpent Dragon Island Master's 800 millionth birthday banquet and invited Patriarch to attend." The Serpent Dragon Island Master's birthday banquet? Su Zimo frowned. Over the years, he had a rough understanding of the distribution of forces in the surrounding area. The Serpent Dragon Island was the strongest second-grade force in the surrounding area. For example, the Myriad Beast Ridge, Black Goat Ridge, Giant Spirit Valley, Blackbird Forest, Frost Snow Plains, and many other second-grade forces that had conflicts with the Chaos Palace before. He was not interested in the Serpent Dragon Island Master's birthday banquet at all. To him, this was just a waste of time. He would rather cultivate in seclusion and break through to the Tao comprehending realm. But soon, Su Zimo's heart moved and he gradually reacted. Something's not right about this. If he did not attend this banquet, he would definitely offend the Serpent Dragon Island. If the Serpent Dragon Island used this as an excuse to make things difficult for him, he would have no chance of winning against a supreme heavenly venerate without using his bloodline. Even if he used the Avicii and Netherworld swords, the outcome would still be unpredictable. But if he used his bloodline and was recognized, he would be in even greater trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 3269. More importantly, if the Dragon Island were to gather its army and attack, the Primal Chaos Palace wouldn't be able to withstand it. He had many trump cards, so he could just fight with his full strength. At the very least, he could escape from this place. No one would be able to stop him. But the Primal Chaos Palace would probably be wiped out. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. I heard that Flood Dragon Island has sent invitations to hundreds of second-grade forces. The birthday banquet this time will definitely be very lively. Mengsha was a little excited. The Flood Dragon Island Lord is willing to send us an invitation. He clearly recognizes the Primal Chaos Palace and values the Palace Lord a lot. Chen Qianhe also nodded and said, "We can't go empty-handed when we go to Dragon Island to celebrate. We have to prepare some gifts. After all, it's such a grand birthday banquet. Flood Dragon Island will definitely make a big fuss. We can't be too shabby. We have to bring a decent gift to avoid losing face." Shu Rui shook his head. Our primal chaos palace has been on the run for a few years and has just settled down in the Myriad Beast Ridge. We don't have any decent gifts. Let's bring that jade water coral, Su Zimo said. There was a billion-year-old jade water coral in the storage bag of the jackal race's Grand Empyrean with a trace of water daoist rime around it. It could help cultivators who cultivated the Grand Tao of water better comprehend the Tao. Shu Rui and the others had a trace of heartache in their eyes. The three of them didn't cultivate the Grand Tao of water, so they wouldn't need it in the future. But this kind of remnant daoist rime was a rare treasure for Tao-comprehending realm expert. Chen Qianhe smiled. The Flood Dragon Island Lord will definitely be able to feel the Palace Lord's sincerity with this treasure. Perhaps he can exchange it for something else. Palace Lord. Meng Shi asked eagerly. How many people are you bringing this time? Count me in. I haven't been to Flood Dragon Island and haven't seen so many heavenly venerables gathered together. I'll go alone this time. Su Zimo shook his head. His expression was calm, but there was an unquestionable power in his tone. He could deal with a complicated situation alone. But if he brought Shu Rui and the others, he would have some scruples. Meng Shi immediately wilted. Chen Qianhe smiled and said, Junior brother Meng, guarding the Chaos Palace is the most important thing. You should cultivate to the Tao-comprehending realm as soon as possible. Next time, the Palace Lord will definitely bring you along. Shu Rui seemed to have noticed something and probed, is there something that the Palace Master is worried about? Su Zimo remained silent. Could it be that the Flood Dragon Island Master's birthday banquet had other plans? Hearing those words, Shu Rui was startled and suddenly said, I'm afraid that the birthday banquet this time isn't simple. Why don't you reject it? It's not appropriate to reject it. Su Zimo voiced out his worries. Shu Rui said, if Flood Dragon Island really has the intention of harming you, Palace Master, going there is like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. You have no choice. Chen Qianhe also reacted and said, the leaders of Giant Spirit Valley, Blackbird Forest, and Frost Snow Plain that have conflicts with our primal Chaos Palace will also be present. These are all Grand Empyreans, so it's hard to guarantee that they won't take this opportunity to cause trouble. That's only secondary. With a grave expression, Shu Rui replied, the Serpent Dragon Island Master is a supreme Empyrean, and he has been famous for many years. If he really wants to kill, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's fine. Su Zimo said indifferently, if I want to leave, no one on Flood Dragon Island will be able to stop me. If these words were said by someone else, it would definitely give rise to an extremely absurd feeling. How could a third transformation Tao manifestation supremacy be so arrogant? However, Su Zimo's words had a convincing tone to them. Shu Rui and the other two had personally witnessed Su Zimo's methods. Even a Grand Empyrean was easily killed by him. Could it be that the Palace Master already had the strength to fight against a Supreme Empyrean? For Su Zimo, the worst-case scenario would be exposing Qinglian's bloodline. After I leave, pass down the order to gather all the cultivators around the 12 source ores in the Myriad Beast Ridge on this mountain. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, I have set up a restriction array around this mountain. If anything happens, it will be able to resist it. Palace Master, are you worried that someone will take this opportunity to harm the Primal Chaos Palace? Shu Rui immediately reacted. That's just a possibility. Su Zimo said, of course, I might be overthinking it. Are we going to abandon all 12 source ores? Meng Shi felt a little reluctant. If the birthday celebration goes smoothly, I'll be able to return soon. Su Zimo said, during this period of time, there shouldn't be anyone occupying the 12 source ores. Even if someone does, I can take them back when I return. Shu Rui nodded. He also sensed that there was an undercurrent behind this birthday celebration. This matter was very likely related to the survival of the Primal Chaos Palace. Palace Master, why don't you not attend this birthday celebration? Let's escape right now. Meng Shi was worried that something would happen to Su Zimo if he attended the celebration alone. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled faintly. Chen Qianhe also pretended to smile casually. Palace Master, you're just preparing for a rainy day. Perhaps this is just a simple birthday celebration without any danger. I hope so. Meng She murmured. The three of them retreated and began to gather the cultivators scattered around the 10,000 Beast Ridge, gathering towards the peak of Su Zimo's cave abode. Su Zimo had limited time and energy. The 10,000 Beast Ridge was way too huge and he did not have the time to cover the entire 10,000 Beast Ridge with restriction dharmic formations. For the past 10 years, he had only set up some restriction dharmic formations around the mountain peak. At the same time, Su Zimo summoned the 12 Liuding Liujia gods back to guard the 12 formation cores of the mountain peak. Su Zimo spent another day reinforcing the restriction dharmic formations around the mountain peak. After everything was arranged, Su Zimo set off alone for Wm Island. Wm Island was located above an extremely vast ocean. It was formed by a series of islands. From afar, it looked like a gigantic Wm coiled above the ocean with a majestic aura. The moment Su Zimo arrived at the ocean, he caught sight of a group of guards of Wm Island. Their leader was also a supremacy at the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. After reporting the name of the Chaos Palace, the guard commander sized up Su Zimo with a look of disdain in his eyes. Even though they were at the same cultivation realm and even though Su Zimo was a palace master, the guard commander was confident enough to look down on Su Zimo. That was because he was a guard of Wm Island. Their statuses were determined by their backgrounds. Follow me. The guard commander did not make things difficult for Su Zimo and merely said coldly, "You're late. The leaders of the various territories are already here." Su Zimo ignored the person with an indifferent expression. Under the lead of the guard commander, Su Zimo arrived at the island where the dragon head was and finally caught sight of the majestic Wm palace. Chapter 3270. Under the lead of the guard commander, Su Zimo stepped into the Wm Grand Hall and instantly, many gazes were focused on her. The seats in the Jiao Dragon Hall were already filled with people. They were all leaders of their respective forces. There were more than 1,000 heavenly venerables and great heavenly venerables. These heavenly venerables and great heavenly venerables looked at Su Zimo with a hint of scrutiny, some with a hint of playfulness, and some with strong hostility. With so many heavenly venerables and great heavenly venerables gathered together, they formed an extremely powerful aura. The moment Su Zimo stepped into the hall, he felt this aura envelop him. If it were any other venerables, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The moment the guard captain stepped into the hall, he felt his chest tighten. His face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. Su Zimo stood in the hall with a calm expression as he looked at the gray-haired old man sitting in the center of the hall. This should be the peak Tao comprehending realm supreme venerate, the Flood Dragon Island Lord. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island had a kind smile on his face. However, there was an extremely shocking power hidden in his body. He was indeed very strong. Although Su Zimo hadn't exchanged blows with him, he could still feel how powerful the Flood Dragon Island Lord was. At the same time, the Flood Dragon Island Lord was also sizing up Su Zimo. Interesting. The Flood Dragon Island Lord thought to himself. It was rare to be able to remain calm under the aura of heavenly venerables and great heavenly venerables. And this child actually dared to meet his gaze without any intention of avoiding it. He was indeed extraordinarily courageous. "You are the Chaos Palace Lord?" A voice echoed in the hall. A great heavenly venerate dragon stared at Su Zimo and said, "What arrogance. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid I would have personally gone to invite you. I was delayed by something." Su Zimo didn't care about the great heavenly venerate dragon's mockery and only replied indifferently. He had come to offer his blessings and did not intend to make the two sides at daggers drawn because of a dispute of words. Another Dragon Grand Empyrean got up and smiled. "I'm Dragon Eagle. Thank you, fellow cultivator Su, for coming to celebrate my father's birthday. Please come sit here." As he spoke, he pointed at the empty seat beside him. The arrangement of the seats in the main hall was clearly a little particular. Those in the front row on both sides of the hall were all Grand Empyreans. Behind these Grand Empyreans were the Empyrean powerhouses. The empty seat beside Great Heavenly Venerate Dragon Eagle wasn't just in the front row. It was also very close to great heavenly venerate Dragon Eagle's seat. This seat even overshadowed most of the Grand Empyreans present. Suzimo raised his eyebrows slightly. Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle looked very kind and courteous. However, by letting him sit beside him, he was clearly roasting him. It seemed that he was right. Today's birthday banquet was not so simple. Thinking of this, Suzimo did not decline. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he went to the seat and sat down as if there was no one around. "How dare you?" Suzimo had just sat down when a white-haired man across from him shouted. His eyes were fierce as he coldly said, "That is the seat of the Grand Empyreans. You are just a puny supremacy. How dare you sit there?" Unsurprisingly, this person should be the leader of the Frost Snowfield. A Frost Snow Wolf. There was a Grand Empyrean in the Frost Snowfield who had died at his hands 7 years ago. It was not hard to understand why this Frost Snow Wolf had jumped up and targeted him. "It's fine." Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle smiled. Fellow cultivator Su led the Primal Chaos Palace to dominate the Myriad Beast Ridge. His reputation has risen in recent years, so he has the qualifications. Since he came late, he should at least show some appreciation. The tallest man present, who looked like an iron tower, said in a muffled voice. This was Great Empyrean Giant Spirit. 5 years ago, a Great Empyrean from Giant Spirit Valley had attacked a source mine in the Myriad Beast Ridge and had been killed by Suzimo. "We won't make things difficult for you," Great Empyrean Giant Spirit said. "Stand up and bow to our leaders and the Flood Dragon Island Lord in apology. Drink 3 cups of wine as punishment, and this matter will be over for now." "That's how it should be." The leader of Blackbird Forest agreed immediately. "That's right." The other Empyreans and Great Empyreans echoed in unison. In an instant, Suzimo became the target of everyone's criticism. From beginning to end, the Flood Dragon Island Lord did not say a word. He only watched this scene with a smile. With his status, there was no need for him to personally take action. He only needed to watch from the sidelines. Suzimo took the wine jug and slowly poured a cup of wine before raising it. Drinking wine is not a problem. Suzimo held the wine cup and looked around. He said indifferently, "But if others want to force me to drink, the taste of this wine will change. I don't like it." With that, Suzimo turned the wine cup upside down, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Whoosh! A commotion instantly erupted in the hall. "How dare you! Arrogant!" Many Empyreans and Great Empyreans stood up and stared at Suzimo with unfriendly and murderous expressions. Suzimo's actions clearly showed that he did not care about the leaders present. "What?" Suzimo looked at the Empyreans and Great Empyreans and asked, "Are you all going to cause a ruckus at the Flood Dragon Island Lord's birthday banquet?" "Enough." At this moment, the Flood Dragon Island Lord suddenly spoke with a smile. "Anyone who comes is a guest. You don't have to make things difficult for the Chaos Palace Lord." Great Empyrean God Long Ying nodded slightly and signaled for the leaders to calm down and sit down first. The leaders all understood. The Frost Snow Wolf snorted. "If not for the Flood Dragon Island Lord, I would have killed you just now." At this moment, the leader of Blackbird Forest asked, "We came here to celebrate the Flood Dragon Island Lord's birthday with generous gifts. What gift did the Chaos Palace Lord bring?" "This is a billion-year-old jade water coral. There are remnants of the water Tao on it." Suzimo took out the jade water coral from his storage bag and placed it on the table in front of him. A few leaders were tempted when they saw the jade water coral. Greed flashed through their eyes. Even the Frost Snow Wolf was a little envious. He cultivated the Great Tao of Frost, which was inextricably linked to the Great Tao of Water. If he could obtain this jade water coral, it would definitely help him better comprehend the Great Tao. This gift was indeed very valuable and could be said to be very sincere. Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle looked at Great Empyrean Mighty Spirit and nodded slightly. Great Empyrean Mighty Spirit understood and suddenly said loudly, "Chaos Palace Lord, this gift is a little shabby. I heard that you have better treasures. Do you not want to give them to the Flood Dragon Island Lord?" "I have also heard about it." The leader of Blackbird Forest sneered. Fellow Daoist Su has 2 sharp swords. Why don't you take them out and give them to the Flood Dragon Island Lord as a birthday gift? You want to use a lousy coral to fool people? Do you really not care about the Flood Dragon Island? Su Zimo's eyes moved as he looked at the Flood Dragon Island Lord, Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle, and the others. After observing their expressions, he understood. So you came for the Avicii and Netherworld swords. End of chapter. Chapter 3271. Does fellow Daoist Su really have 2 peerless swords? Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying pretended not to know and asked curiously. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and put away the jade water coral. Now that he understood the purpose of this birthday banquet, there was no need to give away the jade water coral. In that case, why don't you take it out and show it to us? Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying said with a smile. You can take it out. Su Zimo said indifferently, I'm just afraid that today's birthday banquet will turn into a funeral banquet. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. This was equivalent to openly falling out with them. There was no longer any room for negotiation between the 2 sides, and there was no need to continue hiding, although the Serpent Island Lord had not said much from the beginning, as if he had nothing to do with it. However, Su Zimo knew very well that without the Serpent Island Lord's approval, this so-called birthday banquet would not have such a big lineup. The smile on Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying's face instantly disappeared. Su Zimo, you'd better know your place. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying no longer pretended and sent a voice transmission. If you obediently hand over the 2 swords today, you might still have a chance to live if Royal Father is merciful. Of course, this was just a casual remark. Regardless of whether Su Zimo handed over the swords today or not, he would not be able to leave alive. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying added, if you don't know your place, the myriad beast ridge you are in will also be divided by the Frost Snow Plains, Blackbird Forest, Giant Spirit Valley, and many other factions. The Chaos Palace will also be destroyed because of this. Are you threatening me? Su Zimo turned his head and looked at Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying. You can understand it that way. Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying's tone was cold. What a pity, Su Zimo sighed softly. Suddenly, Su Zimo attacked at an astonishing speed. He reached out his palm and placed it directly on Great Heavenly Venerate Long Ying's face. His 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Poochie. Blood mist spewed out. Su Zimo's palm could even crush a Great Heavenly Venerate spirit treasure. Like this, Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle's head was instantly crushed by Su Zimo. His primordial spirit was extinguished and he died on the spot. The distance between them was too close. In addition, Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle had never imagined that Su Zimo would dare to take the initiative in front of so many Empyreans, Great Empyreans, and his father, a Supreme Empyrean. Moreover, it was a killing move right from the start. Merciless and decisive. Not to mention him, even the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island who was sitting on the high seat couldn't react in time. Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle's death caused an uproar among the experts in the hall. Their minds were shaken. This Su Zimo actually dared to kill someone at the Jiao Dragon Island Lord's birthday banquet. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the Jiao Long Island Lord, the 4th son was killed. The only one who was happy was Great Heavenly Venerate Long Yu. 4th brother, oh 4th brother, you've used up all your tricks. I didn't expect you to die in such a humiliating manner today. Ha 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 ha. Grand Empyrean Long Yu laughed wildly in his heart. Ant, how dare you? The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island slammed the table and roared at the sky. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall, causing the entire hall to shake continuously. There was a difference of an entire major realm between them. Su Zimo's ears buzzed when he heard the dragon's roar without using his blood chi. Boom! The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island reached out with his huge dragon claw and grabbed at Su Zimo. After Su Zimo killed Great Empyrean Dragon Eagle, he had already retreated out of the hall while everyone was still in shock. Stop him! All the Empyreans and Great Empyreans reacted and blocked in front of Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo held up a world. At the same time, two sword lights broke through the chaos and descended into the world. In an instant, the temperature in the Jiao Dragon Palace plummeted. Su Zimo held his sword with both hands and slashed forward. Poof! 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 All the Empyreans, Great Empyreans, Worlds, and Dao seals were sliced in half like paper under the Avachi and Netherworld sword. This slash was really like cutting melons and vegetables. In an instant, blood gushed out of the Jiao Dragon Palace. More than 10 Empyreans and Great Empyreans were killed on the spot by the Avachi and Netherworld sword. The remaining leaders were about to rush forward, but when they saw this scene, they were so frightened that they retreated, not daring to go forward. The leaders pulled away and took out many weapons and numinous treasures, smashing them in Su Zimo's direction. They were as dense as rain, and the momentum was terrifying. Su Zimo swung the Avachi and Netherworld swords with both hands. Following a series of clanging sounds, the weapons and numinous treasures were all broken by the Avachi and Netherworld swords. None of them were spared. They are indeed good swords. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's eyes shone brightly when he saw this scene. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The pain of losing his son had long been forgotten. After this delay, the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's Dragon Claw had already descended. There was a loud rumble. Su Zimo's world was on the verge of collapse. It was almost destroyed by the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's Dragon Claw. Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. He waved the Netherworld sword and slashed at the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's Dragon Claw. The Netherworld sword was the #1 killer. Su Zimo believed that as long as the Netherworld sword hurt the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island, even if it was just a small wound, it would be enough to kill him. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island had just seen the sharpness of the Avachi and Netherworld swords, so he did not dare to resist with his flesh and blood. He quickly retracted his Dragon Claw. Clang! Even so, the toughest fingertips of the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's Dragon Claw were neatly cut off. Fortunately, there was no bloodline on the fingertips of the Dragon Claw, just like human fingernails. After being cut off, there was no wound, so the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island escaped death. Even so, the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island was still covered in cold sweat. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island hurriedly urged his chi and blood to support a side of the world. He burst out a primordial spirit seal and attacked Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression did not change. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit sat in the middle of the lotus throne of good fortune. Many petals closed and green brilliance surrounded him, forming an impenetrable barrier. It blocked the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's primordial spirit seal. At this time, the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island was already in front of Su Zimo with the two halberds in his hand. The traces of the great Tao had almost covered the world. This world was much stronger and more stable than Su Zimo's world. Su Zimo's chaotic world could not withstand it and was soon crushed and collapsed. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island's chi and blood surged. His eyes were fierce. The two halberds danced in his hands like two ferocious and bloodthirsty flood dragons, biting at Su Zimo. Su Zimo held the Netherworld sword and blocked it. Clang! The Netherworld sword hit the short halberd and sparks flew. Su Zimo's body trembled. A huge and majestic power came from the short halberd. It was far stronger than his. He almost could not hold the Netherworld sword in his hand and it flew out. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island laughed. My two short halberds are supreme celestial spiritual treasures. They are made of cold iron from the bottom of the sea for more than 10 billion years. Your sword can't cut them. Although he said that, the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island was secretly shocked. He could clearly see that the Netherworld sword had already left a shallow sword mark on his short halberd. End of chapter. Chapter 3272. The moment Flood Dragon Island Lord said that, before the smugness on his face disappeared, he saw Su Zimo waving the Avsi sword in his left hand towards his short halberd. You overestimate yourself. The Island Lord sneered and waved the short halberd in his hand. He became even more ferocious and stabbed at Su Zimo's infinite pain sword. Clang! The halberd and sword clashed, creating an ear-piercing sound. The tip of the halberd and sword collided, creating a sharp contrast. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Avsi sword slashed the short halberd in half. It was as if a piece of bamboo had been sliced in half. This was much more difficult than cutting the short halberd. A look of realization flashed across Susimo's eyes. Ever since he obtained the Infinite Pain Sword and Netherworld Sword, he had only used them once and did not know much about them. The Infinite Pain Sword was known as the sharpest sword, and it was indeed on display at this moment. The Netherworld Sword's killing intent was stronger, but its sharpness was inferior. Therefore, the Netherworld Sword could not cut the Island Lord's short halberd in half, but the Infinite Pain Sword could. The Island Lord was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand. If he had been a little slower, his dragon claw would have been cut off by the Infinite Pain Sword. The more it was like this, the more jealous the Island Lord was of the two treasured swords. Without waiting for him to think, Susimo charged at him with the two swords in hand. The Island Lord was wary of the Infinite Pain Sword and Netherworld Sword's sharpness, so he did not dare to collide with it and retreated. In terms of strength, he was superior to Susimo. However, Susimo had the Infinite Pain Sword and Netherworld Sword. His sword techniques were exquisite, and his attacks were continuous and airtight. The Island Lord had no chance to counterattack at all. Fortunately, the surrounding Heavenly Venerables and Grand Heavenly Venerables helped him. Otherwise, his situation would be even more dangerous. This can't go on. The Island Lord frowned and thought, it seems that I still have to use that treasure map. After obtaining the nameless treasure map, he had not been able to comprehend its mysteries. Whether it was his bloodline, divine sense, or Tao techniques, there was no reaction. However, this nameless treasure map had an extremely powerful aspect. Even the nameless treasure map could devour everything, no matter if it was dead or alive, so long as it fell into the nameless treasure map, it would be devoured and disappear. In the past, he had even used the nameless treasure map to devour a supreme heavenly venerate. However, this ability was not without its drawbacks. Firstly, he could not control the nameless treasure map. In other words, he had no way of controlling the nameless treasure map to actively devour other people or treasures. He could only set up some traps to lure his opponents into them. Secondly, whether it was a living being or a treasure, once it entered the nameless treasure map, it had nothing to do with him. He couldn't find it, nor could he take it out. It was precisely because of this that the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island had yet to make a move. He believed that with the ability of the nameless treasure map, it would absolutely be able to devour the Avicii and Netherworld swords. However, if he swallowed these two peerless swords, although he could easily kill Susimo, he wouldn't gain any benefits. The Flood Dragon Island master retreated while setting up traps. It would be best if he could devour Susimo, but at the same time, he would be able to protect those two peerless swords. All of a sudden, the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island suddenly launched a counterattack. His great Tao phenomenon and bloodline phenomenon appeared as he summoned dozens of divine weapons from his storage bag and smashed them towards Susimo. Susimo's world had already dissipated. The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island was even more annoyed that he had lost two peerless treasured swords. When he heard the words "the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island is really powerful," he became even more annoyed. He suddenly reached out with his giant dragon claw and instantly smashed the Heavenly Venerable's head. He shouted, "I'll let you see my power too." When the other experts saw this, they subconsciously took half a step back. They looked fearful and did not dare to speak casually. The Heavenly Venerable just now had clearly killed the Lord of Jiao Dragon Island because he had nowhere to vent his anger. Grand Heavenly Venerable Long Yu took half a step forward and said, "Father, my condolences for fourth brother's death. Take care of yourself. I'll bring people to flatten the Primal Chaos Palace and take revenge for fourth brother. Go." The Lord of Jiao Dragon Island waved his hand with a gloomy expression. The three leaders of Giant Spirit Valley, Blackbird Forest, and Frost Snow Plain also took the opportunity to say, "We're willing to follow Grand Heavenly Venerable Long Yu and flatten the Primal Chaos Palace." They had already formed a grudge with the Primal Chaos Palace, so they naturally would not let go of this opportunity to loot a burning house. Grand Heavenly Venerable Long Yu looked around and said, "Today's birthday banquet is not over yet. Fellow Taoists, please wait here. I'll bring the heads of all the living beings in the primal chaos palace to accompany Father's wine and add some joy to this birthday banquet. We look forward to fellow Daoist Long Yu's triumphant return. The leaders of the various forces shouted in unison. End of chapter. Chapter 3273. In the eyes of the Flood Dragon Island Lord, Suzimo was devoured by the nameless treasure map. However, Suzimo was the only one who knew the situation clearly. After the nameless treasure map was struck by the Netherworld sword, it released an aura that Suzimo felt close to, or rather, familiar. That aura actually fused with his chaos world. Moreover, Suzimo suddenly had a feeling that the treasure map seemed to be related to him. Seeing that the Netherworld sword was devoured by the nameless treasure map, Suzimo had enough time to withdraw. However, in a flash, Suzimo still made a decision to follow the Netherworld sword into the treasure map to investigate. There was another reason for him to make that decision. The scroll had appeared beside him without a sound. His spiritual perception hadn't alerted him at all. In other words, the treasure map might not cause him any harm. Suzimo followed the sword and entered the treasure map. After passing through the vast fog, his vision suddenly opened up and he arrived at another world. Looking around, this world was filled with mountain ranges and lush vegetation. It was full of vitality. There was actually a universe within this scroll, and it was a completely different world. Furthermore, Suzimo could sense the existence of spirit chi, essence chi, and genesis chi in the world as well. All of a sudden, in this world, Suzimo could sense a series of powerful auras. Some of them were not weaker than him and some were even stronger than him. Suzimo's spirit consciousness moved. He saw figures rushing over from afar. They were all at the Tao manifestation realm and there were tens of thousands of them. Moreover, Suzimo could clearly sense that those supremacies were plant life forms. Immediately after, even more powerful figures appeared. There were hundreds of them and all of them were Tao comprehension realm expert. Heavenly venerables, grand heavenly venerables and even supreme heavenly venerables. They were all plant life forms. Strange. Suzimo frowned secretly. Haha, someone else came in. I wonder which unlucky bastard is going to be trapped here from now on. Our place is pretty good too. It's a world of its own, far away from strife. A burst of discussion came from the crowd. The experts in this world didn't hide their voices, as if they didn't care if Suzimo heard them. Fellow Taoists, may I ask where we are? Suzimo looked around and asked with cupped fists. An extraordinary ultimate heavenly venerate stepped forward and said, "This is the three small realms of the universe creation diagram. Once you enter this place, you will not be able to leave." Universe fortune diagram? Three small realms? Heaven and earth creation, Suzimo murmured, deep in thought. That supreme heavenly venerate smiled. You don't have to doubt it. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to leave this place even if you cultivate to the Tao manipulation realm. Even those in the Tao manipulation realm couldn't leave. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, could it be that you can only leave after entering the saint realm? The surrounding experts roared with laughter when they heard this. That supreme heavenly venerate said, no one can become a saint in the universe creation diagram. Even those in the Tao manipulation realm couldn't leave. It was also impossible to become a saint here. Suzimo frowned and asked, in other words, there's no way to leave this place. Of course. That supreme heavenly venerate said indifferently. Actually, there's another way. Someone in the crowd muttered. It's been more than 6 billion years, and no one has been able to refine the universe creation diagram. Can we expect this supremacy to refine it? Another person pursed his lips. A thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. More than 6 billion years. He had heard from Shu Rui and the others that there was a huge upheaval in the Great Thousand World more than 6 billion years ago, and the primal chaos sacred land was destroyed as a result. This so-called universe fortune map should be related to the turmoil that happened back then. The word creation was in it, and this place was full of living beings. It was very likely that it was related to the primal chaos sacred land back then. Furthermore, Zimo had vaguely established a connection with the universe creation diagram the moment he arrived here. Even his bloodline was vaguely restless. "You can find a cave abode here to cultivate," said the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. "I don't care what your identity is outside. Once you're in the universe creation diagram, you'd better behave yourself and not cause any trouble." That Supreme Heavenly Venerate's tone was very rude, but the living beings around him did not look at him with any hostility. Zimo still had many doubts in his heart, but the most important thing now was to leave this place as soon as possible. If he was right, Flood Dragon Island would definitely not let the Primal Chaos Palace off. Although the Primal Chaos Palace had the 6 armor gods and forbidden formations, it would not last for long. He had to rush back as soon as possible. The key to leaving this place should be to refine the universe creation diagram. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Zimo did not look for any cave abodes. He sat down cross-legged and tried to establish a connection with the universe creation diagram. When he propped up a world, the primal chaos world resonated with the universe creation diagram. Sounds of Dharmic spiral Sanskrit instantly rang out. In Zimo's primal chaos world, the mark of a treasure map vaguely appeared. When the people who had already dispersed heard the Sanskrit, they could not help but tremble. They all turned around with disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? This person actually managed to refine the universe fortune diagram? Even the Tao comprehending realm experts were dumbfounded. Just now, that Supreme Heavenly Venerate was even more dumbfounded. For more than 6 billion years, countless experts who had lived here had tried to refine the universe creation diagram, but no one had succeeded. But this person had just entered and already resonated with the universe creation diagram. More and more experts sensed the commotion and gathered here. Boom, boom, boom. In the distant horizon, terrifying auras burst forth, far surpassing that of a Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Even Zimo, who was refining the universe creation diagram, was shocked. Only a Tao manipulation realm expert could emit such an aura. There were Tao manipulation realm experts in the universe creation diagram. And there was more than one. Could it be because of the primal chaos world he cultivates? That Supreme Heavenly Venerate said subconsciously with a blank expression. That's not the case. Right then, a Tao Venerate expert appeared behind that Supreme Heavenly Venerate and said in a deep voice, "Senior Brother Xiong also cultivates a primal chaos world, but he can't refine the universe creation diagram. Refining the universe creation diagram should have something to do with bloodline." That Supreme Heavenly Venerate opened his mouth and asked after a long while, could the legend back then be true? That Tao Venerate nodded. In just a short while, many Tao manipulation realm experts had arrived. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Not only were there Tao Venerates, but there were also Great Venerates and Supreme Expert. Lesser Tao manipulation realm experts were known as Tao Venerates. Greater Tao manipulation realm experts were known as Great Venerates. Perfected Tao manipulation realm experts were known as Tao Venerates. It seems like the fated person has appeared. A Supreme Elder looked at Zimo, who was sitting cross-legged, and nodded with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 3274. In fact, Zimo had already refined the Chenkuan creation diagram. With the help of the Chenkuan creation diagram, he could even sense everything in it. It was only now that he understood why the Supreme Celestial Venerate called this place the Three Small Realms. The Chenkuan creation diagram contained Chenkuan and creation. It was actually divided into 3 realms. The 3 realms here were roughly divided into the mortal world, the immortal world, and the Tao world. Hence, it was called the 3 Small Realms. The mortal world was similar to the minor Kiliakasm. The immortal world was similar to the medium-class world. The Tao world corresponded to the greater Kiliakasm. However, the 3 small realms in the Chenkuan creation diagram were much inferior to the real 3,000 worlds. It was like the difference between a drop of water and an ocean. Moreover, the life in the 3 small realms was extremely monotonous. Almost all of them were of the plant race. It was rare to see living beings of other races. Of course, the living beings living in the three small realms could also cultivate and ascend normally. Through the Qianquan creation diagram, Su Zimo could roughly detect that there were hundreds of Dao manipulation realm experts here. This number was too shocking. Once these Dao manipulation realm experts descended into the greater Kiliachasm, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It would probably be enough to wipe out the entire southeastern territory. Of course, with so many experts watching, Su Zimo also found it difficult to maintain his composure. There was no need for a supreme venerate. Any supreme venerate could kill him. Little friend, don't worry. You can continue to cultivate. Seemingly sensing that Su Zimo's mind was a little shaken, the supreme venerate elder smiled and said, "Since you already control the Qianquan creation diagram, you are the only ruler in this world. No one can hurt you. Otherwise, you will be punished by the heavens." When he heard that, Su Zimo was finally relieved. After refining the Qianquan creation diagram, he did not get up immediately. It was because the Qianquan creation diagram contained a trace of the most primitive chaos qi. When the Qianquan creation diagram merged with his chaos world, this trace of chaos qi naturally merged into his chaos world. Before this, Su Zimo had never found the opportunity to step into the Dao comprehension realm. And this trace of chaos qi was the perfect opportunity. A strand of chaos energy fused into his world. He didn't even need to spend years on comprehension. Instead, it directly helped him step into the Dao comprehending realm, breaking through in one go. At the same time, Su Zimo's primordial spirit also rose to the level of a supreme celestial venerable. After a while, Su Zimo let out a long howl and soared into the air. Small success in the Dao comprehending realm, becoming an Empyrean. If it weren't for this strand of chaos qi remaining in the universe fortune diagram, he didn't know how long it would take for him to enter the Dao comprehending realm. Many of the surrounding experts looked at him with complicated expressions. It was still the Supreme Elder who stood up first. He bowed to Su Zimo with a respectful expression and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Lord." This, Su Zimo was stunned. The person in front of him was a supreme being expert, yet he had actually bowed his head and acknowledged him as his master. The hundreds of Dao masters, great masters, and supreme masters around also bowed to salute. Among the crowd, there were still a few supreme being experts who were standing with their heads held high. However, they frowned slightly and looked a little reluctant. But after seeing the situation around them, these supreme beings also lowered their heads slightly. All the Dao controlling realm experts present did so. The surrounding heavenly masters and supreme beings also hurriedly bowed to him and addressed him as Lord. "What is the meaning of this?" Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. He had refined the universe fortune diagram. In this world, it was equivalent to controlling the life and death of all living beings in the three small realms. It was reasonable that some people would submit to him. But judging from the expressions of most of the experts, they didn't seem to be under coercion. It was more like they were sincere. The Supreme Elder said, "I am Lin Meng. We are all from the Chaos Sacred Land. Because more than 6 billion years ago, there was a great calamity in the Great Thousand World, which led to the destruction of the Chaos Sacred Land. The Sacred Master died in battle and countless saints fell. Before the Sacred Master died, he was worried that the Sacred Land would be destroyed and we would not be able to escape. So, he sent some of the people in the Sacred Land into his universe fortune diagram and sealed them." Hearing this, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "Was the Sacred Master of Chaos a Chaos Qinglian? What is a Chaos Qinglian?" Supreme Elder Lin Meng was stunned and a little confused. He shook his head slightly and said, "The Sacred Master was the Creation Qinglian. He achieved the Creation Great Dao." A trace of doubt arose in Su Zimo's heart. Looking at Supreme Elder Lin Meng's expression, it seemed like he didn't know much about the Chaos Qinglian. The Sacred Master of Chaos was only a Creation Qinglian back then. Su Zimo suddenly remembered that everything about the Chaos Qinglian had only appeared in his inherited memories and the black-robed man's mouth. There was no record of the Chaos Qinglian in any ancient books. Could it be that even an expert like a Supreme Elder didn't know about the existence of the Chaos Qinglian? Su Zimo was sure that the Chaos Qinglian had been shattered in the Great Calamity more than 6 billion years ago. That was why it had split into 4. The Sacred Master of Chaos was the Creation Qinglian. Then what role did the chaotic Green Lotus play in that Great Calamity all those years ago? My lord, shall I continue? Supreme Elder Lin Meng probed when he saw that Su Zimo was silent. Su Zimo nodded. Supreme Lin Meng said, when the sacred leader sent us into the universe fortune diagram, he said that if anyone could refine this diagram in the future, that person would be our new master and the new sacred leader of the Chaos Sacred Lan. Only my lord can open the seal of the universe fortune diagram and take us out of here. If I'm not wrong, my lord should have the Creation Qinglian bloodline. Su Zimo didn't say anything else. He didn't just have the Creation Qinglian bloodline in his body. He also had the Red Lotus of Hellfire bloodline. Su Zimo still had many doubts, but now wasn't the time to talk about them. Now, the Chaos Sacred Land is long gone. Only the Chaos Palace remains. There aren't many people, and it's about to be destroyed. Su Zimo said, you can follow me to the greater 1,000 domains to save people. My lord. Hearing this, Supreme Elder Lin Meng coughed softly and said, my lord, your cultivation is too low. You can't break the seal of the universe fortune diagram on us. Only when your primordial spirit reaches the Tao manipulation realm can the Tao venerables, great venerables, and supreme experts here follow you to the greater 1,000 domains. Oh! Su Zimo was slightly stunned. His primordial spirit had reached the level of a supreme celestial venerable. In that case, he could only take the experts below the Tao manipulation realm out of the universe fortune diagram. Su Zimo immediately understood the deeper meaning behind the Chaos Sacred Master's actions back then. Refining the universe fortune diagram could indeed become the master of this place and control life and death. However, if he left the universe fortune diagram and came to the greater 1,000 domains, he wouldn't be able to control these people. Back then, these people respected the Chaos Sacred Master. Firstly, there were past relationships. Secondly, the Chaos Sacred Master had absolute strength. However, the successor they trusted would be strangers to these people, and their strength wouldn't be that strong. Moreover, more than 6 billion years had passed, and it was inevitable that there would be changes in people's hearts. If the successor was only in the Tao comprehension realm, but brought Tao venerables or supremes to the greater 1,000 domains, it might lead to a fatal disaster. Back then, the Chaos Sacred Master made this arrangement completely as a form of protection for the successor. End of chapter. Chapter 3275. I don't know what kind of powerful enemy the Lord of the Great Thousand World is facing. If it's too dangerous, it's better to hide and cultivate here. Lin Meng said, even a sage realm cultivator would find it difficult to forcefully open the universe fortune diagram of the sacred leader. When the Lord's primordial spirit reaches the Tao manipulation realm and unseals us, we can protect the Lord and fight our way out to rebuild the primal chaos sacred land. That won't be necessary. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. A few supreme heavenly venerables were enough to deal with the Serpent Island. It was said that the Serpent Island Lord was the only supreme heavenly venerable on the island. Now, he had reached the Tao comprehension realm and become a heavenly venerable, and his primordial spirit had reached the level of a supreme heavenly venerable. Even if he went out alone, he could handle it. However, it was more appropriate to bring some people with him to deal with the Serpent Island as soon as possible and return to the primal Chaos Palace. Supreme Lin Meng sighed and said, "We've been trapped in the universe creation diagram for too long. It's been more than 6 billion years. Even some Tao venerables have exhausted their lifespan. When I first came in, I was at my peak. Now, I'm in my twilight years." The rest of the Tao masters sighed as well. Supreme Lin Meng said, "There were tens of thousands of heavenly venerables who entered the universe creation diagram. Only a few broke through and reached the Tao manipulation realm. The rest have already exhausted their lifespan and died. A Tao manipulation realm Tao venerable had a lifespan of 10 billion years. A Tao comprehension realm heavenly venerable only had a lifespan of 1 billion years. However, It had been more than 6 billion years since they entered the universe creation diagram. In other words, except for the Tao Venerables in front of him, all his old friends had passed away. The thousands of heavenly venerables around him were almost all creatures of the three small realms. They weren't his old friends from the primal chaos sacred land. Supreme Lin Meng said, although there are some cultivation resources in the three small realms, source ores are extremely rare. Source ores didn't appear out of thin air. In addition to being nourished by Genesis Chi over a long period of time, the corpses and remains of many powerful beings had to be buried deep underground to form Genesis ores. In the Great Thousand World, the corpses of countless powerhouses had been buried for countless years. There were very few conflicts and killings in the three little realms in the universe fortune diagram. Only the corpses of experts who had exhausted their lifespans and died could form a limited amount of source ores. There were only about 100,000 supremacies here. After entering the Tao comprehending realm, he no longer needed source ores to cultivate. However, without a sufficient number of supremacies, the number of people who could step into the Tao comprehending realm and become celestial venerables was also not many. There were only slightly more than 3,000 people. Su Zimo still had some doubts in his heart. There were hundreds of Tao venerables here, but there were only about 3,000 celestial venerables. It seemed to be a small number. Only now did he understand why. Supremacy Lin Meng didn't know what kind of opponent Su Zimo was facing. He was still a little worried as he asked, I wonder if these 3,000 celestial venerables can help my lord overcome this tribulation. Su Zimo smiled and said, that's enough. With more than 3,000 people, not to mention one Dragon Island, even 10 or 100 would not be able to withstand it. With these 3,000 celestial venerables, Su Zimo could sweep through any place except the first-class faction of Kanagai State, the Five Venoms Palace. I'll bring a few supreme heavenly venerables with me. Su Zimo said. My lord, bring me along. A supreme heavenly venerate stood up and volunteered himself. My lord, I also want to help you kill the enemy. Me too. We are also willing to follow you, my lord. Many celestial venerables, grand heavenly venerables, and supreme heavenly venerables were excited as they looked at Su Zimo with anticipation. Some even had a hint of pleading in their eyes. Even the supreme heavenly venerate who had looked down on Su Zimo stood up and cupped his hands. I'm Yang Mo, the supreme heavenly venerate of this place. I'm willing to follow your orders, my lord. Even so, Yang Mo's tone still carried a hint of arrogance. The words supreme heavenly venerate were clearly emphasized. Only those who were invincible in the Tao comprehending realm could be called supreme heavenly venerables. Yang Mo indeed had the right to be arrogant. Supreme Lin Meng said, these people have been trapped in the universe creation diagram since birth and have never seen the real Great Thousand Worlds. That's why they are so excited. I hope you can forgive them, my lord. Su Zimo could roughly understand how these people felt. Ever since they were born, they had cultivated all the way from the mortal world to the immortal world with great difficulty. Then, they ascended to the Tao world and reached this step. In the end, they were told that the world they were in was just a treasure of an expert in the Great Thousand Worlds. This would be a huge blow to their heart. Some people with weak Tao hearts might even be dispirited. After all, no matter how far they cultivated, they could not leave. Supreme Lin Meng and the others had at least seen the Great Thousand Worlds. As for the other living beings in the universe creation diagram, they did not know what the Great Thousand Worlds looked like. All right, I'll bring all of you out. Su Zimo nodded. The Heaven Masters were overjoyed when they heard this. Thank you, my lord. Everyone shouted loudly. In their hearts, they felt a trace of gratitude towards this unfamiliar lord. The other emperors and supremacies also showed some desire when they heard this. Su Zimo said, you don't have to be anxious. Once we settle down, I'll let all of you leave this place and head to the Great Thousand Worlds. Supreme Lin Meng looked at Yang Mo and the other 3,000 heavenly venerables with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, listen up, don't think that you can do whatever you want without any scruples after leaving the universe creation diagram and breaking free of the seal. You must listen to my lord's orders and not disobey. If we leave this place one day and find out who dares to disobey my lord, we will punish you severely. The heavenly venerables agreed loudly. Supreme Lin Meng's tone was stern, as if he was warning the heavenly venerables present. However, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely hear the message Supreme Lin Meng was sending him. As long as they left this place, it meant that these people would break free of the seal and not be controlled by the universe creation diagram. It was easy to let these people out, but difficult to get them to return. Su Zimo wouldn't be able to use the universe creation diagram to dictate their life and death. As for these heavenly venerables, they had all cultivated step by step in the 3 small realms over the past 6 billion years. Their impression of the Chaos Sacred Land was only from Supreme Lin Meng and the others. It was extremely vague. They didn't have deep feelings for the Chaos Sacred Land. There might be some among these heavenly venerables who were unconvinced by his sudden arrival. Among the 3,000 heavenly venerables, there were hundreds of great heavenly venerables and more than 30 supreme heavenly venerables. Supreme Lin Meng saw that Su Zimo had just entered the Tao comprehending realm and became a heavenly venerate. He was worried that Su Zimo wouldn't be able to suppress this group of people, so he warned him. On one hand, it was to warn the 3,000 heavenly venerables present. On the other hand, it was to let Su Zimo be more careful. Su Zimo looked at Supreme Lin Meng and nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. With his current means, even if he broke the seal on these heavenly venerables, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble if they had any ill intention. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.